I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for February 16, 2021. This meeting, like all of our meetings during this COVID pandemic, is being held remotely using the Zoom platform. I need to announce that the Zoom meeting is being recorded, and the recording will be a public record. So if you don't want to have your image in the public domain forever, just turn off your video. I see that our Congressional Representative Jake Auchincloss is here, and why don't we start with introducing him and hearing what he has to say. We are very, very honored to have as our special guest tonight Representative Jake Auchincloss, who represents the 4th Congressional District in Massachusetts, which is a big and diverse district. It spans an area from southern Massachusetts, Attleboro, I think Fall River, all the way up to our fair town of Brookline, plus Newton and Wellesley. He has to represent the interests of many different issues or many different types of problems in that district. Jake, I'd like you to sort of introduce yourself and tell us, your ideas, your observations as a newly elected member of Congress in this very, very interesting time, and maybe some of your priorities as our congressional representative. And then we'll ask a few questions. I have a few questions from the Select Board.
Chairman Green, thank you for having me on. Some of you probably know that I was a city councilor next door in Newton for 5 years. So I've got a tremendous appreciation for the important work of local government. Indeed, I oftentimes say that the most competent and important level of government in the United States is at the local level. So I'm thrilled to be here with you and hope to be talking to select boards and city councils throughout the district over the next 6 months. I'm going to be very brief because I think the more productive parts of these are really Q&A. And I'll really just hone in on COVID-19 and the state of these first 6 weeks of the 117th Congress. These are really two big subjects. So first is just what the atmosphere is like in Washington right now to try to legislate. And the unfortunate reality is that it's an incredibly divided and even toxic environment right now. The decertification of the election results by the majority of the Republican conference in the House, their ovation for Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was expelled from her committees for her obscene track record. These kinds of actions from the House GOP conference have created an incredibly divided atmosphere where it just feels like there's a big portion of the GOP that you can't even, they're not even a serious partner in governance right now. And that's frankly not the way I think any legislator wants to come to work. It's certainly not how local governments operate on select boards and city councils, but it's the reality. I'm leading off his inauguration and his term with a focus on unity. The atmosphere in the Capitol really underscores to me that there's not going to be unity until there's accountability and truth. Insofar as there are portions of the Congress who are conspiring to undermine Americans' confidence in free and fair elections, who are spreading conspiracy theories about a cabal of satanic pedophiles in government, there's not going to be unity with those elements of government. And we need to get past that focus and instead focus on accountability and justice, and then work with the elements that we can work with for the crises that are on hand right now. So let me turn to the crisis that we are in right now with COVID-19. President Biden has proposed a $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. I'm happy to share the newsletter I wrote that broke that down in detail. I won't dive into every element of it right now. Suffice to say that it's going to provide a huge sum of money for families directly, for small businesses, more than 1 million of them, for state and local governments, including Brookline. And it's going to pump about $100 billion into vaccine supply, as well as the complementary PPE and packaging materials that you need to increase vaccinations. The single most important thing that we are doing right now, bar none, is winning the race between vaccinations and variants. For so long as there is any reservoir of unvaccinated populations in the world, there is the host for this vaccine, for this virus to continue to mutate, and for a variant to emerge that is not addressed by any of the vaccines that are currently available to us. And that would launch yet another pandemic. So we need to be focused on shots in arms, not just for Massachusetts, not just for the country, but indeed for everywhere in the world, because anywhere where there is a reservoir of unvaccinated people, we've got a ticking time bomb.
Thank you. So, you know, the job of a legislator is usually the exciting, unfortunately too exciting activity that goes on in the Capitol in Washington. But from the standpoint of a local municipality, what we're really interested in is the constituent services part of your office. And I say that to thank you for responding so quickly to my request to give us some contact people with respect to our Veteran Affairs Office, as well as an issue that we have here in Brookline with the Muddy Water project, Muddy River project, which includes what we call the Carlton Street Footbridge. Being able to identify people that we can talk to make sure that any problems that come up are addressed by your office to the extent you can help us is very, very helpful. So I appreciate the quick response on that. Right now, I guess like other select board members, if they have questions to raise a question, Ms. Hamilton. You're
Let me
muted.
remember, yeah, to take myself off mute. Thank you again for agreeing to be with us here tonight. I really appreciate that. And we actually had a question emailed to the select board, and because it was about transportation, I'm the lucky person on the board that gets to pose it. So a member of the audience wants to know, what ideas does Congressman Auchincloss have, and what are his plans and priorities about the deplorable transportation infrastructure across the U.S.? In what shape is the rest of the agency, the talent pool that is left? Are the mid-level managers wedded to cars and highways?
Well, I love the premise of the question, which is that we need to be moving past single occupancy vehicles as the focus of our infrastructure and towards multimodal thinking, everything from cycling and walking and scooters towards buses and fixed rail, which it's a philosophy I totally subscribe to. It's one I work to advance as a city councilor in Newton. I'll say a couple of things there. The first is I'm thrilled to be on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and next up, sort of, we got the American Rescue Plan, and then next up is and should be an infrastructure package. I don't think I have to convince anybody who is on this call right now that America's infrastructure has for too long been ignored. And there's going to be a number of elements of that. A big part of it will be reducing our maintenance backlog. So not building new highways and bridges, but repairing the ones that we already have, which of something like $300 billion, I think would go to that under the current plan that I've seen. And then also investing in transit and recognizing that that's not just a infrastructure imperative, it's a climate change imperative. Transportation accounts for something like 40% of the carbon emissions in Massachusetts, for example. Insofar as we are just inducing more vehicle miles to be traveled, we are going backwards on our carbon neutrality goals. And we've got to be investing in things like South Coast Rail, in bus rapid transit, and better infrastructure for cycling and walking. I've subscribed and joined to the Future of Transportation Caucus. And that caucus is trying to move the conversation on the committee away from America's sort of car-centric way of thinking and towards a set of transportation principles that are founded in equity, access, and sustainability. And part of that would be creating the transparency and the tractability of data to be evaluating transportation projects, not just on which ones are shovel ready, but which ones are shovel worthy. Meaning, can we measure for a given transportation project how much this connects a given constituent to jobs and services within a 30-minute commuter radius, and how much this would do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions? Both those things sound probably like they're pretty straightforward and simple, but that's not how Washington actually funds transportation projects right now. I mean, it's mostly done in a pretty opaque prioritization process. We've got to create the transparency and the frameworks by which you're able to compare highways with multimodal infrastructure and see that actually multimodal infrastructure oftentimes does more for people and certainly does more for the environment.
Great. Ms. Heller.
Take myself off mute. It's very nice to see you here. Thank you for coming. And I'm glad to hear you talk about the urgency of the vaccination situation. So I think most people, and many people have emailed me or called me and asked me, where can I get the vaccine? I'm 74, I'm going to turn 75 in 3 months or something. And they're very concerned about it. And I'm wondering if you have any insight or any knowledge about how soon we can expect the federal government to provide additional vaccines to our states so that we can continue. You know, we've been vaccinating the 75-year-olds, and now we need to move down. We want to get to our teachers. We want to get to our other essential workers. And I'm just wondering whether you have in your mind a timetable on that.
It is the question of the day for sure, as it absolutely should be. I think of this in two big buckets. One is the supply, as you mentioned, and the other is the distribution. And obviously they're related, but they are separate agencies and really separate efforts to a certain degree. On the distribution front, I just signed on to a letter yesterday with Catherine Clark and most of the other members of the Mass delegation, encouraging Governor Baker, indeed imploring him, to set up a centralized one-stop shop for vaccinations, where you fill in your basic information and it just routes you to a place and a time where you can get that shot in your arm. It's 2021. I mean, you can book a restaurant on Open Table. It really should be possible to do this on a website right now. And I do have confidence that that's improving. It already is improving. And as the ability of the state government to forecast its vaccination supplies a couple of weeks out improves, as it already is improving, I think we're going to start to see that smoothing out. We also, though, need to complement our mass vaccination approach with what I think of as neighborhood by neighborhood vaccination canvassing almost. So we've got this Gillette Stadium mass vaccination site. I think that's one important element. But we should be thinking about mobile vaccination clinics that go town by town under the auspices of trusted organizations like AARP or neighborhood groups, and bring out populations that might be underserved or might be vaccine hesitant. And that's actually an important thing in my district, especially in southeastern Mass.
So
Then there's vaccine supply.
Is there any chance that we could get a vaccination site here in Brookline? We have a perfect building for it, and we could, vaccinate many people.
Yeah. So the location of the sites, this is an area where I'm starting to dig into more with the governor's team. It's ultimately up to the governor. What he would tell you, I don't want to speak for him, but I would suspect he would say is really the second area, which is I don't have enough supply. And that's true. The Trump administration, I don't think I have to convince anybody on this call, did a terrible job of thinking about what happened from the moment a vaccine was approved to how you actually create those vaccines and turn them into vaccinations. When Biden took office, I believe Massachusetts was getting about 80,000 vaccinations shipped a week, and there was no forecastability. I mean, hospitals were literally getting FedEx packages, and they didn't know how many were in them week by week. It was a mess. They've now increased that to, I think, about 130,000 a week, and it's continuing an upward slope. As once Johnson & Johnson's vaccine gets approved, that's going to slope up again. And my expectation is that by this spring, supply is going to no longer be the operating constraint. It's going to go back to distribution and logistics. So this pandemic hit us in an exponential fashion where it got worse really, really fast. It can also get better really, really fast as we start to tip towards herd immunity. But the key is just shots in arms. That is the overarching metric right now.
Thank you.
Following up on that, I was really intrigued and was satisfied or glad that you brought up the issue of vaccinating people throughout the world. I'm sure there are a lot of public health people in this audience that really understand the importance of vaccination program, not just for our local area, but for worldwide application. Could you sort of help maybe them and me understand what is the Biden administration doing or thinking in terms of not only providing a supply to U.S. Cities and towns, but also broader worldwide distribution of vaccinations?
To be candid, I think the answer is not enough right now. I think the focus was to procure enough initially to cover the United States, which is obviously a mindset that I can understand. But I mean, I think we should look at the continent of Africa as an example. Africa looks like it's not going to be able to get to herd immunity until 2024 at its current rate of procurement of vaccinations. Now, that's a humanitarian catastrophe, and the numbers about children who have left school and aren't going to go back, and the loss of economic productivity and the hard-won gains in extreme poverty that have been unwound, it's really heartbreaking. But even if you put aside the humanitarian catastrophe, what's happening in Africa is also very much our problem here in the United States, because if there's a reservoir of that many hosts for the virus, it's going to keep on mutating, and then it's just a game of roulette. When is a variant going to emerge that we're not prepared for, and it'll sweep the world again? So it doesn't have to be just the United States. I think developed economies throughout the world need to pitch in here, but we need to be doing more on that. It's a matter of morality, but also of self-preservation.
Any other questions from the select board? Mr. Van Scoyoc?
Yes, I want to join my colleagues in welcoming you and also congratulating you. And thanks for giving us this opportunity. I happen to have heard an interview you did, an excellent interview that you did yesterday on WBUR, where you spoke of the 14th Amendment. And I think you make an excellent point that the unfinished business of the events that surrounded the transition in power has to be dealt with for Congress to apply itself to the issues that face this country right now. If you don't mind, can you fill people in on what the 14th Amendment the role that the 14th Amendment might play in all of this?
I appreciate the opportunity to address this, and I want to touch on a couple parts of it. So first, the 14th Amendment is obviously it's one of the Civil War amendments that was critical for codifying equality in our country. But it specifically says in Section 3, if you swear an oath to the Constitution, you cannot then incite an insurrection against the U.S. government. So if you swear an oath to the Constitution, you can't then incite violence against the federal government. It was meant originally as a way to keep former Confederate officers out of Congress, ironically enough. What Donald Trump did is really self-evidently a violation of the 14th Amendment. And the 14th Amendment has been used in the past to prevent federal officials from holding office in the future if they were in violation of it. What I have called for is that we pass as a resolution of Congress a statement that Donald Trump incited insurrection and thereby violated the 14th Amendment. And then under the auspices of Section 3, he therefore is prohibited from holding office again in the future. That will get challenged in the courts. There's no doubt about it. And it's going to be up to the Supreme Court to rule on it. We can also pass more targeted legislation, complementary to, not exclusive of that says he violated the 14th Amendment, and we are directing the Attorney General to prosecute this in federal court to prevent him from holding office in the future. They're just two complementary tracks, kind of gives you two bites at the apple there. And I think it's worth underscoring that this isn't political. It's not. I'm not doing this because I think Donald Trump was a terrible president. He was a terrible president, but that's not why I'm doing this, because people who have bad policy ideas are still allowed to run for office. This is about upholding the rule of law and asserting as a country that nobody is above the law, not even the president of the United States, and that there are consequences for violating the Constitution.
Thank you for keeping this issue in front of people.
And I think it sort of comes from a statement he made in I think his first few days in Congress. He had to fight against terrorists in the Middle East. Now he's home fighting against domestic terrorists, and that's just not acceptable.
No,
So,
it's not. It's not.
Mr. Fernandez.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. And hey, Congressman, good to see you. Thanks for being here. As you know, one of the things that COVID laid bare were the inequities that are already existing in our system in places like transportation, which you already spoke about, and in other areas like housing and issues like education. You and I were on an impromptu panel the other day on Clubhouse, organized by political reporter Stephanie Murray. And one of the things that we talked about was the importance of the role of schools and education in a functioning society. And we've seen with the inability to access education in a meaningful way for so many kids, like the impacts that that's had. So I have two questions. One is around that, and thinking about whether or not your thoughts on things like universal high quality childcare in pre-K, whether or not that is something that's possible and that you would fight for. And then I have a second question, which I can hold on.
I appreciate that. So I'm proud to say that the very first issue I ever campaigned on when I first ran for the city council in Newton was expanding pre-K. I'm not going to try to go into all the arguments for why universal early education is so important. I think this is a crowd that is going to appreciate that viscerally. We need to do it. My friend and mentor, Catherine Clark, will tell you childcare is infrastructure, and it should be in this infrastructure bill we have coming up. It's socioeconomic infrastructure, and it shouldn't have taken a pandemic to lay that bare, but if this is one of the silver linings that comes out of it, then let's seize that opportunity. So absolutely in strong support of that. And since we're talking about schools, I'll put in there, because I know it's on a lot of people's minds. Obviously, the schools are not open right now fully, and I know Brookline has been working hard on this, and I've seen some of the data that's come out, and it seems like the testing and the hybrid approach is working right now, mostly. I mean, I know there's a lot of challenges, but I applaud you for continuing to grind away at what is a incredibly hard problem. But surveillance testing in the public schools has been a day one issue for me throughout the district. We've worked hard with cities and towns in southeastern Mass all the way up through the northern part of the district to provide the public health tools, from HVAC upgrades to COVID testing, to give people confidence and to create a track record where we know that it's safe to get kids back to full-time in-person learning. And I'm laying down a marker both for myself and politically that we need to have kids back full-time in person no later than September. And obviously everyone wants to see improvements throughout this spring. But to me, mentally, I'm sort of anchoring on the fact that we have got to make it happen by September across the state.
Right. If not sooner, yeah. Thank you for that. The other one was about something I know you've got a lot of experience around, is housing policy. And, for some time, there's been a real disinvestment in public housing in particular. Some of that because of the Faircloth Amendment and limits on the ability to fund new public housing units. I'm just thinking about your thoughts there. I know there's sort of the repeal of the Faircloth Amendment passed in the House last time, but didn't get taken up by the Senate, whether or not that's something you support. And, the sort of the larger so-called Green New Deal for public housing and energy efficient public housing, and your thoughts there.
So yeah, a lot there, and housing, as in Brookline, was a major issue in Newton. So I definitely grew up politically working on that issue a lot. So to address first its dimension with the Green New Deal, strongly support and have had the opportunity to talk with Representative Ocasio-Cortez about a Green New Deal for housing, in which we basically take a jobs program to help retrofit housing stock throughout the country and apply it to our carbon neutrality goals. I think that's good on a number of fronts. It's an important jobs program that you can upskill a huge part of the workforce with, and it saves both homeowners themselves in terms of energy dollars, but also promote sustainability. So I'm a strong supporter of that. I think there are fixes to Section 8 in general in terms of making it easier to go into their homeownership program where you earn equity in the unit that you're in instead of just paying rent on it. And then, of course, there's funding. I was just on a financial services call with the chair of that committee who made very clear that housing was going to be part of an infrastructure bill. And I suspect that that will mean expanded funding for affordable housing. I do want to point out, though, that I don't think that housing in this country is mostly or you know, even primarily a federal funding issue. There is actually a ton of private capital that wants to go to work to build housing in this country, but we make it very hard. We make it really, really hard to build housing in this country. There is a layer of federal, state, local permitting challenges. Our transportation infrastructure doesn't always support it. The cost per key is astronomically high because of antiquated building practices. This needs to be a whole of industry, whole of government effort to just increase the supply of housing in this country by 4 to 5 million units at least.
Thanks, Congressman.
Great, good. Any other questions? How safe do you feel on Capitol Hill these days?
You know, I feel very safe. Not everybody does, and I certainly respect that. I just mentioned Representative Ocasio-Cortez, for example. I wouldn't feel safe if I were her. I mean, she's pointed out that she was hunted on January 6th. It's just appalling. Speaker Pelosi's staff were hiding under desks. It's to an extent that we didn't actually really appreciate, I think, on that day. There was an element of that mob that was organized and out for blood. And it's just appalling. That footage could have been shown in the Senate chambers, and 43 senators didn't think that was incitement of insurrection. I just don't, it's beyond understanding. I will say that I am concerned that our reaction to it by militarizing the Capitol is the wrong reaction. Right now, we've put in this fencing with barbed wire over it. It's being patrolled by guards with automatic weapons. The whole place feels like a green zone. And that's not the posture that we want the US Capitol to have. Journalists, constituents, taxpayers, advocates, they should feel like they can enter that building, that it's their building, that they can come see their representatives, watch the debate on the House floor. It's meant to be permeable to the public. And I don't want us to lock it down and make it feel hostile to people. I don't think that's fair.
Mr. Mascoya.
You want to give Brookline some advice on whether to become a city?
Oh, boy. I am not going to presume to know what's best for Brookline. I think you got a lot of smart people in Brookline who are thinking hard about that.
Don't you touch it, and we shouldn't touch it.
I thought I'd try to get him in trouble, but it didn't work.
Okay.
I do want to take this moment to introduce my district director, Dana Hanson, who's on the call right now. Dana, do you want to say a few words and introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks, Congressman Auchincloss. Thank you, Brookline Select Board Chairman. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. I have a soft spot in my heart for all things local government, having come to this role for the congressman via City Hall in Newton. So I worked for Ruth Ann Fuller's administration in the mayor's office as her director of community engagement and inclusion. When I was lucky enough to take on this role for the congressman, I said, I don't feel like I'm leaving Newton. I'm just adding another 33 cities and towns to my already beloved 13 villages. And you can see behind me, I have all of our cities and towns here in the district. So I do a daily geography quiz to spin myself up. Of course, Brookline is right next door. I'm coming to you from our district office in Newton. I have a kid who goes to Newton North, so always there at your football game, the Brookline-Newton North rivalry. We're here in the district office in Newton and also Attleboro, really focused on constituent issues. I know that Chairman Green mentioned that at the beginning, sort of in addition to the amazing work that the congressman and our DC staff are doing in the Capitol, we're here on the ground in Massachusetts to help folks with any issues that they're having with federal agencies. We're here to liaise with local community groups and neighborhoods and elected officials such as yourself. Again, I have a real soft spot for local electeds. Heck, I wound up working for one now that he's a congressman. So I would like to share my cell phone with folks. And for those of you watching at home in Brookline, this is available to you as well. Again, my name is Dana Hanson. I'm the district director for the congressman. My cell phone is 617-645-7552. And my email is Dana, D-A-N-A .Hanson, H-A-N-S-O-N @mail.house.gov. And, you know, even as we're sitting here on the Zoom call this evening, my email is beeping and bleeping with, you know, constituent queries coming in. We have a terrific group of 4 caseworkers who are helping with constituent queries. And we're here, we're available. We'd love to get to know you with problems or queries or concerns, big or small. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, Congressman, was there anything else you wanted me to share?
No, thanks for joining.
Okay, you bet.
And your office, although in Newton, I believe is on the border with Brookline, is it?
We are actually, we're sort of, we're next to the Whole Foods Market on Washington Street. We're bordering Nonantum and Newtonville. We're right at 29 Crafts Street. That's where we are.
Fun fact on that, that office was used by Barney Frank and Joe Kennedy before me, and it had never been painted or recarpeted. So as one of the stipulations for coming in there with the landlord, they recarpeted and painted it. So they had to move everything out. And they found all the old audio tapes from Barney Frank, who used to do recordings for his research ahead of hearings. So we've saved those, and I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but it's a lot of fun.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's an amazing privilege to be in this office serving the constituents of the Mass Fourth. You know, I think people expect a lot of this office and a lot in terms of constituent services. And so we're here to serve.
Great. Thank you. We appreciate your coming to the select board here and discussing issues with people of Brookline. And we really look forward to a good working relationship with the congressperson. So.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody, for having me.
Okay, bye now. Okay.
So,
Yes.
Chair, I have a suggestion. I know that we usually do news and announcements, but we've kept some people who I think have signed up ahead of time for public comment waiting. It's now 35 minutes into the meeting. I think we should take public comment first and then maybe do news and announcements, if that's okay with everybody else.
If it's okay with you, it's okay with me. So take over.
Okay. So I'll just read, you know, the thing that I usually have come to read now that I'm moderating public comment. Thank you for joining us for public comment. We are all volunteer elected officials who serve out of a sense of duty to this community, and we do our best to represent as many different points of view that are in this community as possible. We have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking is limited to 3 minutes. Please refrain from personal attacks or from addressing personnel issues during this period. You are welcome to send the board members an email expressing your thoughts in more detail. If a speaker has reached the 3-minute limit or violates other expectations, I will ask the other board members if there are any objections before instructing Devin to mute the speaker. Let's begin. Devin, who's first up?
The first person signed up for public comment is Neil Gordon. Neil, you've been promoted to a panelist and you can unmute and share your video. If you're comfortable, your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. I'm unmuted. I'm going to save my my bandwidth. Neil Gordon, Precinct 1 town meeting member and a member of the advisory committee. Last Wednesday's Diversity Commission agenda contemplated votes on 2 statements: public attacks on Select Board Member Fernandez and Moderator Gatsby's selection of deputies, allocating just 35 minutes, sadly consistent with the Commission's historical lack of rigor, and failure to reach evidence-based conclusions. I thank the newer commission members who noted that there first needs to be an understanding of the facts. But for their willingness to challenge the chair, the commission would have emulated its reckless, inflammatory, factless, and hastily drafted January 2016 statement, which, based on hearsay and not much more, condemned the select board and the town as racist. 3 months later, their damage done, they admitted their so-called finding was merely an opinion. About so-called attacks on Dr. Fernandez, he said about our police officers, and in words at best poorly chosen, anyone who still supports Trump is a clear and present danger. Welcome to slippery slope. A diversity commission member later morphed those words to supporters of the rioters. 2 Brookline police officers responded, but only to the original comment, which was about support of Trump, a legal and legitimate, if misguided, political choice. Union leadership had to respond, and so they did, rightfully and passionately. Let's not exaggerate their words, as angry as they may have appeared to be. Before anyone calls them hateful, divisive, insidious, or racist, watch and listen to what actually was said, something most diversity commissioners had not done, which brings me back to the misguided action of the commission's chair, who planned votes on statements critical of 4 select board members, the president of the police union, a long-serving female police sergeant, or acting police chief, and or moderator. None notified of the meeting's actual agenda, if they were notified at all. So much for community outreach and engagement, words so often touted by the commission and its members. In establishing the commission's charter, town meeting said, the foundation of community is strong and positive community relations among and between all groups and individuals. But the divisive hyperbole of our Civil Rights Commission and of its members simply inflames. Their history of reckless knee-jerk exaggerations and of factless conclusions sends a consistent message, especially to people of color. Stay away. Brookline is not for you. Last week, I asked the commission and its members to do better. This evening, I ask you to do the same. I ask you individually and collectively, as the commission's appointing authority, to please do better. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. Deborah, you've been promoted, and when you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
Let me see if I've got my, yeah, okay. All righty. My name is Deborah Brown, Brookline resident, town meeting member. And I've got a few things I want to run through fairly quickly. The first one is last week there was a discussion about the audit. And speaking of running through reports, I really wish that you all had taken the time to ask more questions and if possible, delay a vote so that you would have had time to absorb what was and what was not said. I just felt like there was room for more meaningful discussion. Second issue, the budget. I'm going to renew my concerns for the budget not really addressing the need for safe, affordable housing and helping fund BHA state-funded properties, paying for Wi-Fi access. That continues to be a problem. It continues not to be in our budget. And likely again, you will see from me and others a budget amendment. And I honestly don't like writing budget amendments, but I also feel like, much like Jake Ossencloss was talking about the need to adequately represent all facets of the community, I'm going to ask the select board to think about how it can do a better job of that, how it can do a better job of that, and how it can actually align its stated priorities with its budget. Take a look at some of the capital, projects that you've got online. We can do better. Lastly, I did not plan on talking about DICR and the statements directed toward Raul Fernandez and that whole piece. But you know what? This town does have issues around race. has lots of issues around race. And the problem is people like to use race as sort of this overarching theme. It is personal. It is how you behave, how individuals treat one another. And it's a mistake to equate racism simply as what we saw in Washington, D.C. It's more subtle, it's more invidious than that. And so as we start to cast aspersions about people who are fighting the good fight to eliminate racism in this town, and it is not, people
That's
don't
30
move to Brookline.
seconds.
Thank you. People don't move to Brookline because somebody said Brookline is racist. It's because of interactions that they have in Brookline. So I love the town. There are many, many more opportunities for us to do better. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jonathan Klein. Jonathan, you've been promoted and your time will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Jonathan Klein. I am a town meeting member from Precinct 10. I am also a member of the Housing Advisory Board. And I have another engagement tonight, so I apologize. I can't stay for the rest of the meeting when you will be considering the request for proposals for the housing production plan. So I want to speak about it to you now. I want to speak strongly in favor of what I think is been designated as draft A, which is the draft that is very similar to the draft originally reviewed and approved by the Housing Advisory Board. That draft, I believe, with the changes that have been made, follows closely the intent and the language of warrant Article 34 for a housing production plan. I think that the more extensive changes that have been proposed in what I believe is designated draft B go well beyond that. They will make it more expensive, complicated, time consuming, and I think represent an attempt to turn the housing production plan into a comprehensive planning process. Now, there's a lot of important planning that needs to be done as part of the housing production plan, but we need to recognize that it is intended to be a housing production plan to address our very significant, housing challenges. And I want us to stay focused on that goal. You have a lot of things tonight. I will be short and end my time. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comment. Devin, are there any other people that are signed up to speak?
At this time, no one else has signed up for public comment. There are currently 36 attendees and no one has used the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
So I'll just say that, we all have Brookline email addresses. You can find them on the website. Feel free to shoot us emails. We may take a very long time to respond, but we do read them. Okay, now back over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. And let me just emphasize, we do read them. I think I can speak for every select board member that, we read the emails we receive, even the ones that are long and convoluted. We try to understand what people are concerned with throughout the town. So let's talk about updates and announcements. I'd like to start off with just a little story about something that is a feel-good story. Mr. McGroarty, our Veteran Affairs Director, told us last week about a veteran he found out about during one of his welfare checks on our senior veterans. And remember, among the most vulnerable people in our community are our veterans. They suffer from all the ills that we hear about, homelessness, substance abuse, unemployment, etc. And Mr. McGroarty is really a incredibly valuable asset for those veterans, as well as for our town, because by helping the veterans, he's really helping us be a better community. So he was talking about, or he was speaking to the son of a veteran who's probably the oldest Brookline veteran, Mr. Alan A. Sorrell. Mr. Sorrell is a World War II Army veteran who served in the Pacific and is, get this, 105 years old. He lives in precinct 13. He's healthy and doing well, and his brain is working at total efficiency. And his only complaint is that he's now finally starting to slow down. We all have such a complaint at age 105, or even at an earlier age than that. So we salute Mr. Searle and wish him all the best. And thank you for your service, and thank you for your continued commitment to your town of Brookline. Any other updates or announcements? Mr. Fernandez.
Thanks, Chair. Well, before I begin, I'll just say briefly that January 12th, I made some remarks. They are recorded and they're available in the minutes. They were not properly characterized by town meeting member Neil Gordon, who just spoke, which was interesting and ironic that his comments were about making factual assertions and he did not properly say what it is that I said. But folks are welcome to watch that and make their own conclusions about it. I'll also say that I think the comments about the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations were way off base, unwarranted, and mean-spirited. But on to something else that I did plan to speak about, and that's actually the loss of a giant, a legend, who lived right here in our community, and that's Representative Doris Bunty. I just want to read some excerpts from a story in today's Boston Globe about her and her remarkable life. Doris Bunty arrived in Boston in 1953 with 98 cents to her name, and then a dime less after she bought a candy bar, before rising to become, for a time, arguably the most powerful woman in Boston politics. I think I was born working, she said with a smile in a 1974 Globe interview. I pasted feathers on hats and painted buttons on spindles. Then I folded towels and did domestic work for rich people in Brookline. And then she became part of history. The first Black woman elected to be a state representative of Massachusetts, the first Black woman to run the Boston Housing Authority, and the first housing project tenant to rise up and run it. Ms. Bunty, who later channeled her activism through lower profile administrative roles, helping people outside the glare of public attention, died of cancer Monday in her Brookline home. She was 87 and had moved to Brookline to live near her daughter a few years ago after spending much of her life in Roxbury. Ms. Bunty was a strong advocate for Boston's people of color and for the poor, an overlooked constituency in the halls of power. As a state representative, she was instrumental in securing funds to create Roxbury Community College, and she helped persuade colleagues to create a majority Black state Senate district. Ms. Bunty was also the first Black woman to chair a state legislative committee in Massachusetts. Perhaps one of her great accomplishments was overseeing the integration of public housing in Boston. One of the most difficult assignments anybody's ever had was integrating public housing in light of the history of Boston. Raymond L. Flynn, who was Boston's mayor during those years, said on Monday. That's her legacy. She rose to that challenge and she succeeded. Not only her, but the city succeeded and the tenants succeeded. At various points in Mr. Bunty's life, Mrs. Bunty's life, she took care of every single one of her siblings and her mother in one way or another, said her grandson, Bernard Johnson of Boston. She was maybe 4'10", but when she walked into a room, she commanded the attention and respect and admiration of everyone. I just want to salute this phenomenal woman and her life of service. Representative Doris Bunty, may you rest in power.
Thank you. Mr. Inscoria.
I was planning to say just one thing tonight, but now I have three things to say. Thank you to my colleague, Raul Fernandez, for that wonderful tribute to Doris Bunty. And I can never resist pointing out that I'm old enough to have actually been around when she was making her career and doing all of those things that Raul Fernandez pointed out. There's a little bit more to the story of her role in integrating public housing in Boston. And I happen to have heard this reported by excellent reporter at WGBH. She's been there for a number of years, Phil Martin. People have to remember this was a time of such high tension and conflict between white and black Bostonians. This was, around the time of the busing, the introduction of busing, the protests, the violent protests. I hesitate to remind people of this, but if you think that what happened on Capitol Hill, the awful events that happened on Capitol Hill was the first time somebody has used an American flag and a flag staff to attack someone, then let me remind you of a photograph that is famous and infamous of just such a situation happening on Boston City Hall Plaza. That's how fraught and how divided and how really, really awful things were in Boston. And Doris Bunty stepped into a situation where the housing, public housing in Boston had been segregated. It was her role to try to integrate it, bring people together, solve that problem. And here's what Philip Martin said was the key to how she did it. She would meet with anyone at any time in any place and talk to them and talk the problems out, talk them, face to face, across the table, meet with neighborhood groups, meet with angry white people from the housing developments, meet with people from every part of that problem until it was solved. And I celebrate that spirit. And I think we need more of that in Brookline. Meet with anyone at any time in any place to talk things out, and not to try to sort of settle things by hurling rhetoric at each other from behind walls. That doesn't work. That's number one. Number two is Chair Green. I was reminded that we've got another 100-year-old to celebrate, and that is Eleanor Kaplan, who was written about in the tab this week. And here I go again. I was around for the prime of the political career of Eleanor Kaplan and her husband Sumner, who people will think I'm making this up, but there was a time when the state reps from Brookline were all Republicans. And Sumner Kaplan was the first Democrat elected after a succession of Republican state reps. And the next Democrat elected to that seat was Michael Dukakis. So the Kaplan family is just legendary in Brookline, and Eleanor is going strong at age 100 at Springhouse in Jamaica Plain. So happy 100th birthday to Ellie Kaplan. That's number two. Number three, Devin, this is where the slide comes in that I asked you to get ready earlier this evening. And if you could put that up, I'm just going to reference a slide. So I was watching the school committee meeting this last week, and I highly recommend people, queue it up at Brookline Interactive. And this slide was presented by a couple of administrators from the METCO program, but the METCO program was just one of 3 programs that did presentations that were just so important and so deeply, in a way, troubling, because the presentations were by Steps to Success, English language learners, and METCO. And we're talking about 3 populations in the Brookline Public Schools that have the greatest challenges, and they are going through the worst of the COVID effects and crisis. And this slide was put up by the METCO administrators. Words student in the METCO program used to describe the COVID-19 pandemic and the racial and civil unrest. Keep in mind that these young people have lived through the events surrounding George Floyd and all of the trauma that brought to this country and the trauma of COVID. And here's the words that they used to describe this period: traumatic, challenging, difficult, trying, stressful, chaotic, confusing, surreal, uncertain, unsettling, disorienting. People, if you have not experienced the really, really deep and heartfelt agony that families are going through during this period of being, unfortunately, not able to have their kids in school on a regular basis, keep in mind that it's at its worst for the kids who need it the most. And those presentations brought that home at this past week's school committee meeting. So I recommend it to everyone.
Thank you. Any other updates or announcements? Okay, let's move on to miscellaneous items. First, the question of approving the meeting minutes from February 9, 2021. I think everyone has had an opportunity to suggest edits. Any discussion of that? Hearing none. All in favor? Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, I want to take items 4B to 4G together in omnibus fashion. Select board members have had a chance to review and request more in-depth discussion of an item if they desired. So I'll just read basically what the items are and we'll vote in omnibus fashion. 4B, question of accepting a state fiscal year community transit grant program award for digital mobility mentorship. 4C, question of approving amendments to the Cypress Playground construction services. I want to just mention, because this has been a issue that has been contentious in Brookline, is that the project includes installation of an inclusive playground for older and younger children, which is very important. I mean, it's more than just accessibility. It includes playground structures that enable children in for example, wheelchairs to actually get on the merry-go-round or other items. So it's not just accessibility, it's inclusive, as I said. And also ADA compliant ramps and walkways. And also, and this is what was very contentious some time ago, this includes a new lighted natural turf sports field and infields with subsurface drainage system. So there's been a lot of discussion of that. So I want to make sure that people are clear on what this contract is paying for. 4D is amendment to the Santec consulting services contract in the amount of $14,800. 4E is an alternate manager for Juan Jiang, Noah's Kitchen at 18 Harvard Street. 4F is change in DBA from Rue de Sauveur LLC to, let's see, DBA Vom Fast at 305 Harvard Street. 4G, question of approving authorization to hire requests for positions in the Department of the Council on Aging for a van driver, program manager, home care coordinator, and a group leader. So those are the items I'd like to vote in an omnibus fashion. All in favor? Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So next, our weekly COVID update, status on COVID in Brookline. I see Dr. Jett is here. Would you like to tell us how things are going?
Right, I would. First, I want to say thank you everyone for allowing me to come to present today. So I will be brief and open it up to questions. I think I've got it right. All right. So first, this, I want to thank EM and, the health department and the community. We still hard on the ground. And I would just say there's a lot that the health department staff and emergency management is doing to respond. To me, this is just like public safety because it's a thankless job, but we're attempting to save lives behind the scenes, and we do a lot that people really don't know. And it puts stress on the system. So I bring that up because as we move through the next phase, hopefully we'll see some light at the end of the tunnel. So with that being said, our cases are moving in the right direction. We haven't had but one death since I last reported. And so, the week prior to, we were at 68 cases for the week. This week we had 39 cases for the past week. Could be two factors could be happening. One, there's not a lot of people traveling. So we have to keep that in mind. So not a lot of people getting tested. Two, not a lot of people getting tested. And that might be something of interest. If you remember, starting in 3 weeks, it was still cold 1 year ago, actually 2 weeks, 1 year ago, this date, when we first started to see the first COVID cases in the state and in Brookline. So it still is cold outside. And one of the observations that I will make that I've seen is that there are a lot of people I've noticed that are coughing and sniffing, moving out and about, not to say that they have COVID, but it's something to be mindful of and something that we need to watch out for. I do think we're moving in the right direction because we have right now to date about 52 million people do have the vaccine, at least one dose. 18 million people have contracted COVID. And so they have recovered. For the most part, 10 million people have recovered. So we still have 8,000 out there that are isolated now. So that's about 70 million. And so, that magical number is still trying to move toward what I said, that 70% herd immunity. And if we continue on this path and begin to vaccinate more and at least get to, 150 million people vaccinated by the fall, it's very plausible that by next summer, we will be totally out of masks if we progress in that direction. The faster we get vaccine out, the better we will be. And I'm hoping that it will slow the amount of deaths that is occurring because deaths haven't really stabilized yet. We're getting close to 500,000 deaths in the United States, which I predict we wouldn't reach that number until May. So I mean, at some point we did expedite toward that direction, but I hope there's some light at the end of the tunnel. So this is just a deeper look at, where we at in terms of deaths in Brookline. And so, we have small enough numbers that, we can actually break it out and give you a little bit of insight. So this is a breakdown by race. And this is a census tract view. And you can pretty much guess, where majority of the cases occurred, which was in nursing homes. So I will stop there. There's a lot going on. We are still not receiving the doses of vaccine that I have hoped we would receive. We're probably, for the last 2 weeks, we haven't received any doses. Promising thing from the governor's office, I think they have decided to, try to get more vaccine. We actually received for the state 180,000 doses. I know the congressman said 130, but actually closer to 180. They have launched an initiative to look at 20 cities and towns that were hardest hit by COVID and dedicating $1 million in order to make sure that they reach out to those communities that's dealing with COVID vaccine hesitancy and reluctance to take the vaccine. They work with community health centers to do that. So I think, we'll see more rollout of these type of initiatives. I think also, at least my supposition is that, in the next month or so, we'll see more vaccines come to the state. And I think it'll actually move more towards CVS or Walgreens by all indications. I still don't see health departments being a major player until probably in phase 3, which probably won't be until sometime in late April or early May. At that time, we are totally prepared in order to handle the influx of vaccine. And the health department, we do have our freezer from Pfizer. So one of the things, I call it the Pfizer freezer. And hopes I'm going to make a request to the state and say, hey, look, I have a Pfizer freezer. Can I get Pfizer vaccines? And so we'll see what happens. We're using every angle possible in order to bring vaccines to Brookline. But part of the issue is we're trying to inoculate people at mass sites. And the other part is, the slowdown of vaccine coming to the state. And it didn't help that, we keep having snow days and icy roads. And so vaccine was shipped out on Sunday, was delayed. There was no vaccine shipped out yesterday, nor today. And all of that is due to weather. One last note, because I failed to mention it, is that, interesting. So the conversation would be about bringing schools back in. And I would just say we're in the middle of an outbreak right now in several other daycares. And it is happening in the younger ages, around the age of 5. So some of the outbreaks is 6 or more. Since November, we've had 48 cases of COVID in daycares, and we have quarantined over 350 people. So it's just a little tidbit when people start saying, COVID don't impact younger kids. That's not true.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Heller, or Ms. Heller.
Well, thank you for that update and also in the numbers that you've given us. And I want to compliment you on the fact that, and I want the community to understand that your efforts to institute a very comprehensive contact tracing program, I believe, is really one of the factors that has kept Brookline's numbers so down compared to other communities that surround us. And I think we all need to be grateful for that, obviously, because we don't want, obviously, we want as few cases as we can have. I'm curious as to this issue of the vaccines, and I think the Pfizer freezer is a really good way to encourage the state to give us more. But I'm wondering if we offered a regional site here, and I think we probably could. I have an idea for a space for it, and I'm wondering whether you think that would make any difference in encouraging the state to allow us to have a site here. I know that people have gone to Gillette, and that's an hour travel each way. And it seems to me that, we should be able to try to bring this program, and I know you've tried everything, but I'm more critical of the way the state has rolled this out to bring it to the people who need to be vaccinated, and they are in the various communities. And it's one thing to go to Newton or Boston, but it's another thing to go down to Foxborough, it's far. So I'm wondering whether if we offered a space for a regional, vaccination center, whether that would up our chances. What do you think?
Yeah, so I know me and Mr. Clackton, we talked about that, seems like 3 weeks ago, and I would talk to the state on a call about it. And it seems like everybody that started off when they first submitted for vaccination, if they put in for a regional approach, and it was mainly in rural areas, those were identified and set up. And so, we can try this again. I suggested let's approach and find out who will be our partners. But I think the way I'm seeing the distribution without going too much in depth, it was already predetermined where the vaccines was going to go. And so it's very hard to move it now and change. And I think one of the reasons is, the people that sit at the table make the decisions. I wouldn't say they don't have a public health lens, but they don't have a local public health department, Lance. And that's the difference right there.
Well, I think it's great that, the vaccine, the limited supply is going to the communities that need it most. But I guess we're a victim of our own success in a way.
Yeah.
But, I do think that that is an appropriate way to do it. I mean, I'm not complaining about that at all. I just think that, we need to try to do everything we can to get a site here. I think it would really make a difference to and increase the vaccination rate. There are many people who just can't travel down to Foxborough, or even to Fenway. And so, anyway.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Mr. Fernandez, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Jett, I'm wondering, as I look at the graph and I see those numbers going down, and it looks great. And you and I both know that that those numbers are likely to bounce up next week, right? After the breaks. This is what we've seen, this pattern. When there's an opportunity, when there's a break, people do travel despite the guidance that everyone's been given, and we see spikes in COVID in our community. I guess my question is, I'm wondering, what are we doing? And I'm wondering what more we can do to, when folks return from these trips that they are inevitably are probably already on or taking, should we be doing things like we haven't done this in a while, a reverse 911 call, reminding people about the self-quarantine, requirements in the state, to a letter to parents of school-age kids who might have been traveling with those kids, and sort of thinking about having those kids do remote learning for the week when they return, if that's available to them. Even something, I don't know if this is even possible, but lowering the cost of testing next week, and encouraging more people to use the testing that we have available in the community. I'm just trying to put everything on the table here. And, what the sad part is when we see those numbers go up, we see deaths go up too, even if a small number in our community. But also, as in war, there are all these sort of uncounted casualties too, people that suffer long-term, maybe lifelong impacts of getting COVID that don't appear in the stats. They show up as having had it and then no longer having it anymore, but the impacts last. I'm just wondering if there's anything that we've maybe left on the table that we can use to try to keep these numbers as low as possible.
Well, you brought up a good point. COVID is not just contracted COVID, but it's the long-term effects. And I think Jason Tatum with Boston Celtics is still suffering from it. You heard Lamar Jackson play for Baltimore Ravens, still talked about he was fatigued at points during the season after he contracted COVID. People are traveling. And I remember how we rolled out some of the education and international travel around the holidays. And it was so late in the process on the school side, there was such a backlash to that. And one of the things, that I have implemented here is that, we're very conservative in terms of restrictions. So we don't always, CDC just put out guidance. So first I want to say that because I get emails all the time, why don't we follow CDC exact? CDC just puts out guidance. The state has to determine the guidance of what the proper actions is, and then the local board of health can take a step further if they choose to be. The things that we can do in the future, you're right, we can always continue to educate. I think we have to do that at an intermediate pace, because I think what I'm noticing now is that people have COVID fatigue. And so one of the rationales around people not doing testing is because they don't want to be in isolation. The reason CDC changed their standards on quarantine is because people don't want to quarantine for 14 days. So CDC said we can quarantine for 8 days and call us back if you happen to have symptoms up to the 14th day. Now, we all know how many people are going to call back after they get tested the 8th day and they free, and then all of a sudden they have symptoms on the 10th day. They're not going to call them back. We see people breaking this process over and over again. In fact, I'm starting to see a lot of people, we just lost the follow-up because they don't call the health department back after they were put on quarantine. They know they're supposed to be quarantined. They don't call us back. So we have a new phenomenon that's going on. We have COVID jailbreakers. And, I think it's just the issue of fatigue. And I don't know going down in the future, how much we would be able to stop citizens from doing what they want to do. Because it's sort of like free will. We're impinging upon their rights to live as they want. And if they want to contract COVID, they want the Florida philosophy. Let us do free will, go out, do what we want to do. If we get COVID, we do. If we don't, we don't. And it's the consequences we have to deal with. And I hope I answered your question, because that's a lot, but
I would just say I'd encourage, if there's anything that we can do during these periods when we just know, when we expect that people more than usual are going to travel, especially if there are things that we can do, letters, notifications, stuff like that, that we wouldn't normally do during a week already. I'd encourage us to sort of ramp that up if we can. And I don't know whether or not reducing the cost of testing next week to get more people in and get tested is even possible, but I just throw that out there as a suggestion.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good suggestion. I think that critical part is we start looking at March and April time frame, because I really think we're going to see a bump at that time frame that people can move around and travel. And as always, I work with Devin and Jordan to make sure we do some appropriate messaging around that and work with the school system.
Great, thank you.
Great. Ms. Hamilton, you had your hand up first.
So we got a question from the audience. How would you rate the possibility of a mobile COVID vaccine clinic, considering the fact that some people are disabled or unable due to things like transportation to make vaccination sites? I think this was actually asked earlier in the meeting, but I think it's fairly relevant to the discussion we're having right now.
No, I think that's an excellent idea. When I had issues in the past at communities receiving, let's say, preventive medicine or, screenings, I actually had a mobile unit that was actually grant funded and provided those services around the community. I think having a mobile unit to do vaccinations is an excellent idea. I wish I had the vaccine to do that.
Ms. Heller.
I just want to go back to the comment you were making before about people and their free will. And if we get COVID, we get it. If we don't, we don't. I'm wondering whether you think that embarking on some sort of education plan about the what COVID leaves you with, and it doesn't necessarily, but I mean, you've cited some examples of people who can hardly breathe or have significant problems, and we don't know whether that would last a lifetime, but it's certainly a possibility. And I think if people had that information, I mean, people think somehow you just get it and then you get over it like the flu, and then you go on with your life. But do we know why people get these sequelae and who doesn't? And some people don't, I suppose. But I understand even if you have a mild case, you can still have problems breathing later on.
I don't know. The research is still out, but there has been anecdotal research done to say, some people still have a loss to taste, and that might linger. Some predicted a lifetime, but I do know some people have lost sense of taste or smell for 6 months, which is significant. Some people still had issues with breathing. I actually lost a friend I talked about September 5th, who became the general manager for Churchill Downs, which was Kentucky Derby, had, after 30 days of contracted COVID, still had issues breathing and actually died from the aftermath of COVID at the age of 37. So, that's the thing about it. Everybody's body is different and susceptible to disease. And usually after, pandemics or epidemics happen, it takes us at least 2 to 3 years to really find out the impact. It takes a lot going through the claims data, which a lot of it is hospital data, and go through Maven and look at the clusters. And you have to look at it robust and to really identify and see what happens. And, you could tell people as best as we can, and I'm constantly reminded what I'm seeing around me. And I think telling people to still practice safely COVID restrictions is essential, because COVID is still among us. People are still dying, and we really don't know all of the evidence as to why. And even if you get the vaccine might only last you 6 months. The COVID antibodies only going to last you 3 months. So you're looking at 9 months, and you might need a booster. And so knowing that COVID is going to be here probably for years to come, because we want to eradicate it, it probably behooves us to make sure we don't get it, just in case it might have some factors on our health later on that we don't know about.
Okay, we need to wrap this up so that we don't go over time, unless you have something really quick.
This would be very quick. I just wanted to ask Dr. Jett, do you want to repeat for people the scam alert that you have issued this week, having to do with people contacting elderly about accompanying them?
Yeah, so, well, first, I would say people should call emergency management or the senior center if they need a ride to go to Gillette. Do not take a ride from anybody that you do not know already, or have not contacted you from either emergency management or senior center if you need advice or who can assist. There are scammers out there that will call people and offer services to them just to get a vaccination. And so I want people to be very leery of this, and I would advise don't do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always very important information and very enlightening. And thank you for keeping us as healthy as a community as you have. We're not gloating, but we are doing much better than many parts of the state and the country.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, wait, it's supposed to be like that. Get that salute right. Okay, moving along. Lodging house, change in lodging for lodging house agent. Jeff T. Jeniton for Longwood Guest House at 83 Longwood Avenue. I see Mr. Jeniton is here. Please introduce yourself. I guess it's fairly straightforward that you're going to be the new manager or new agent.
I will be the new agent. My name is Jeff T. Jeniton. I am going to be the new agent over at 83 Longwood Ave. I am previously from Arlington, where I was for over a 12-year period. And now I will be over in 83 Longwood Ave. I work not far from.
Your screen is frozen. Mr. James. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for him to come back, any questions from the board? Oh, you're back. Your screen froze, Mr. Jansen.
Oh.
So any questions from the board? Okay, I'd like to move approval of the change in lodging house agent. Approving the application of Mr. Jeff T. Jeniton for Longwood Guest House at 83 Longwood Avenue. On favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton? Okay, Mr. Fernandez, we'll come back to her. Oh, okay, aye. And Fernandez says aye.
Aye.
Mr. Vascoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you, Mr. Jeniton.
Can
Yeah.
I just comment?
Yeah. Yep.
I think one of the things that the community members who want to express a concern have an issue with is that they don't know who a resident agent is and how to get in touch with that person. And I'm wondering whether if on the town's website, we could have that information somewhere, so that people can have a place to go to to find that information easily without having to, ask their neighbors and kind of, try to get in touch with the owner. That's not always successful. So, I mean, how can we facilitate that in the residents in Brookline getting that information?
I'll be happy to make my information available, and we can post it on the website if needed.
Yeah, Mr. Fleckner.
Yeah, I think that is our intent, Nancy. We are doing currently an audit of all lodging houses. We're trying to clean up the information and get more current information. And we intend to post that on our website and other places where it would be serve the public.
Great.
Great, thank you. Good idea. Okay, next, change in manager, the Inn at Brookline. Question of approving the application of a change of manager from Anthony Adianto to Mohammed Hashish, I'm sorry, for, let's see, basically Holiday Inn Boston at 1200 Beacon Street. So who do we have here?
Hi, it's Stephanie Boudreau here, yeah, for the hotel CCLLH, and with me is the proposed manager of record, Mohammed Hashash. I'll just give you a brief rundown of what we're looking for tonight, and then if you have any questions for Mr. Hashash, he can answer them directly. So the owner of the hotel is CCLLH. The hotel is currently called the Inn at Brookline, but there will be another name change before they reopen in April. We're here tonight seeking approval of the change of manager. The former manager, Tony Adianto, is no longer with the organization. And so Mr. Hashash has taken his place. He has been in the hospitality industry for over 12 years and has been engaged in all aspects of hospitality, restaurants, and hotel management. His role with the owner of the hotel will be a record for the liquor license, and he'll be the primary operator or primary person in charge of both hotel and restaurant operations at 1200 Beacon. He will be there for at least 40 hours a week. He is highly qualified. He is familiar with the Brookline liquor regulations. He is tip certified, crowd manager certified, and has lots of experience. And we think he'll be a great addition to the hotel and a good member of the Brookline team.
Any questions from the board? Okay. Well, let's see. The hotel is reopening in April, you say? And how many bars is it going to have?
So it was going to have, and Mohammed, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It's going to have one restaurant / bar in the lobby of the hotel, and then it will have room service to all of the guest rooms.
Okay.
It will also eventually have some meeting rooms, but we will do a change of alteration of premises if necessary to comply with the license.
Okay, any other questions from the select board? Okay.
Could I just make one comment?
Yes.
I just wanted Mr. Hashash to know that Brookline, we take our liquor laws seriously. I'm stepping in for Ben Franco, by the way. So, because he always used to say this, that we do take our liquor laws seriously, and we do engage in stings. So it behooves you to be really careful about carding people. And I would like to ask you what your policy is on carding. Do you card everyone? Do you card just people who you think don't look like they're 21 or?
No, we card everybody. So everybody that comes through that orders an alcoholic beverage, we do card. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. I think that's perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay.
I may look older, but I'm really not.
Well, come on down.
So your materials suggest that you have a good background to keep the hotel out of trouble, and we will test that.
Thank you. Absolutely. I look forward to
Okay.
it.
Good. Okay, I move approval of the application of a change of manager from Anthony Adianto to Mohammed Hashesh. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Vascoya.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Next, okay, common victualler, change in DBA and change in hours. So we're talking about SLH Restaurant LLC, doing business as the Brothers Restaurant at 404 Harvard Street. So this is an application for a change in DBA from Brothers Restaurant to Velo Restaurant Bar. Any discussion about that? Or let's see who we have here. Mr. Ravenel, you're muted. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, you're okay now.
Okay. Yes, I'm legal counsel for the applicant. We originally submitted the application. We had, the initial intent was to keep the brothers' name, but I think after further consideration and to be more in line with the more Latin flavor of the new restaurant, they thought that a name change would be appropriate and good for their business.
Okay, any questions from the board? Well-known restaurant. I hope you're as good as the previous.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Heller.
So this restaurant's in my neighborhood. I've gone to it many times, and I have some favorites. So I hope you're keeping a similar menu.
Well, I think they're going to try to keep most of the favorites and then add some things to it, some more Latin dishes. So they certainly want to keep the existing customers happy, but also introduce them to some new dishes. Because I think they certainly want to have more of a Latin flair to it.
Right. Okay. I like the short ribs tacos. Hint, hint, hint.
I remember you told me that the last time. Yes, I told my client that.
They're incredibly good.
And I like the omelets.
Okay. Mr. Vascoya.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't mean this to sort of be aimed at this particular applicant, but I am wondering, I'd love some guidance on whether approving a change to a midnight closing is somehow a trend. And if it's a trend, have we reviewed what the impacts of having establishments that are open until midnight can be on neighboring side street neighborhoods and so on.
Yeah.
I don't remember ever having any kind of a discussion where we said, if in the future, if we start to get applications that extend what was an 11 o'clock closing to midnight, we will approve them because it's a good thing because blah, blah, blah. Or we won't approve them because it might, not be a good thing. And in the absence of such a discussion, I don't frankly know what to do, when an individual applicant comes before us and wants to extend to midnight.
Yeah, we usually discuss this in the context of the impact on adjacent residences. I don't think that there's a lot of residential housing around Brothers. I may be wrong, but I think that
I don't believe there is.
Yeah. So I mean, our concern usually has been, noise, fumes, music that would bother people who live nearby. So, but Ms. Heller, did you want to say something?
Well, I'm wondering, I think my memory is that at some point, few years ago, we talked about having a system where if there was a change of hours, which a lengthening really of hours, that we would want to know the information about how many other restaurants in the area have the longer hours. Or is this sort of a trailblazer? I mean, it's obviously, maybe we could say within a half a mile or something of that nature. But I think it would be important information for the board to know, because, are we setting a trend or are we conforming to what already exists? And I would appreciate that information.
Okay,
If I could just add something to that. The previous operator of the Brothers Restaurant that my clients purchased the business from had those hours, the 7 a.m. until 12 a.m. That had previously been approved by the board. We, more of an oversight than anything else, didn't reflect those same hours in our application. But my client's primary concern really is being able to serve breakfast, because they serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And so we didn't have the 7 a.m. opening 7 days a week, which is of real importance to them, so they can have the breakfast business as well. But the 12 a.m. is consistent with what was approved for the previous operator, and the liquor license does allow service of alcohol until midnight. It was just the food, the common victualler that we're looking to change the hours for now.
Ms. Hamilton?
I will say, I think that we absolutely need to provide the hours for the breakfast. A long time ago, I tried to do a breakfast meeting somewhere in Brookline, and Brothers was the only place that was open that early. It was really the only option in town. So I think it's definitely needed. And as far as entertainment, I have gone to many a Sunday evening where there was a pretty loud band playing. You could barely hear it outside of the restaurant. We have really never received any complaints about it. And they had been providing live music, which again was really one of the only restaurants in town that was doing that. And I've been on the board for 4+ years. I've never received a single complaint from that neighborhood about the live music.
And let me just add, the hours, the issue of the hours really is related to whether it is an annoyance to surrounding residences, and that's not relevant here. So, at any rate, any other discussion? Okay, so I actually wanted to separate the two issues, but why don't we just deal with them together? I'm going to call, no, let's vote them separately. I think that's what we do. So, question of approving the application for a change in DBA from the Brothers Restaurant to Velo Restaurant Bar at 404 Harvard Street. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Venskoyak?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And next, question of approving the application for a change in common victualler hours for SLH Restaurant, doing business as Brothers Restaurant at 404 Harvard Street. Actually now Velo Restaurant. But here we've already had this discussion, change to 12 a.m. closing, etc. So any questions before we vote? Seeing none. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Venskoyak?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Go out and serve breakfast.
Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Okay, good night. Okay, next we have a common victualler and entertainment license. This is SYS LLC, doing business as Doma Mediterranean Cuisine. That's 5 Kendall Street. They're looking for hours of operation for of Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. Seating consisting of 16 seats. And they're also looking for a new entertainment license. And the entertainment will consist of radio and recorded music at those same hours, 7 a.m. To 12 a.m. Monday through Sunday. I know there's some discussion online about this application, and whether the surrounding restaurants had a similar closing time of 12 a.m. And how do people want to address that?
Again, this is the same issue that I was raising before, which is, a similar issue.
I think it's a more of a residential area, as I understand. So the issue of the hours of operation and the noise and other things are real issues here.
Mr. Kleppner, are there other restaurants in this area, which are also in residential neighborhoods that have openings until, the closings at midnight?
I reviewed a few that are in the neighborhood. The Pizza Stop closes at 11. Bess's Cafe closes at 11. Brothers Roast Beef and Pizza, not to be confused with the prior Brothers, was at 10:30 p.m. And I believe the Toichi Ichiban, which was the restaurant prior to this location, was at I believe 10 or 10:30. I believe there's some folks in the neighborhood who might want to provide some input to you, to the board.
Yeah, I wanted to get the board background for the board. Devin, I'll take comments. I assume there's just a couple.
Yes, I will promote them.
Okay.
The first person who requested to make a comment is Amy Lindenbaum. You've been promoted to a panelist and can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your time will begin.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. So first of all, I'm super excited that somebody's going in. I'm sad for the restaurant that had to close down. They've been closed for about a year now. But I'm super excited, and that there'll be a new restaurant in there, and it looks really good. But I was a little bit concerned that the hours seem really late for a residential area. Not just a residential area, but like there's people that rent on top of them directly, and it's just an old, like kind of an old structure. It's not like very insulated, I'm sure. And there's houses directly like less than 6 feet from either side of the structure that houses the restaurant. So it's I'm not one of those people. I'm around the block, but I would be a little concerned about it being just quite so late. I mean, I really hope they're successful and they have lots of customers at different times, but maybe like scale it back a little bit at first, especially. I mean, I think even it's such that even takeout, I don't know, that might even be really disruptive at midnight. Pizza Stop and the other restaurants that were mentioned are actually, they're really close by, but they're actually kind of around the corner on Cypress Street, and they're not immediately adjacent to any residences. So it's kind of a different thing. That's all I had to say.
And Mr. Durrell, do you want to respond in that? Or actually, we have another comment. Why don't we take Neo Ushinsky first, and then I'll ask you to comment.
Hi there, everybody, and I'm glad to be back with you. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 5. I live down the street, and I too would like to welcome Mr. Gurel and his business to the neighborhood. I and many others are excited to see a restaurant opening and hope that you'll have success. I too, my only concern is the hours, echoing what Amy said. My suggestion would be to align with the hours of the surrounding restaurants. You'll note the surrounding restaurants, even though they are licensed to go till 11, they don't. I think Pizza Stop closes at 9. The neighborhood's pretty dead after 9:30. So I don't, if you were to limit it to 10 or 11, I don't think it's going to have much of an impact on the business. And I think people will be rest a little more assured that the restaurant will fit in. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Gurel, what do you think? Is that a reasonable request from the standpoint of your business plan?
Yeah, hello. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Yes, yes. Yeah, my name is Selim Gürel, and me and along with two other partners, they purchased this location from the landlord, Jack Arush. And yes, I mean, the reason that we put the 12 o'clock in the application for should say for the future. Actually, but we don't have any problem with just align this with the other businesses in the neighborhood too. So close a little earlier too. That'll be fine. Actually, we won't have any problem with that too. So I mean, for the beginning, we're gonna close at 10 o'clock, anyways. But for the future use, we just put it on 12 o'clock. But they can be adjusted to 10 o'clock if it really satisfies the neighborhood around us. We won't have any problem with that.
Okay, that seems to be an easy solution. And of course, you can come back to the board for extended hours as we get out of COVID and the world changes a little bit back to normal.
Sure.
You're saying 10 o'clock, 10 p.m.?
Yeah, 10 p.m. will be fine to start with. Yeah, definitely. Yep.
Okay. Anyone else wanting to make comments, Devin?
No.
No. Okay. Any comments, any questions or comments from the board? Okay. I didn't see any. Okay. So I move approval of the application of a new common victualler for Doma Mediterranean Cuisine at 5 Kendall Street. Hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And question also, I move approval of the application of a new entertainment license for Doma Mediterranean Cuisine at 5 Kendall Street, consisting of radio and recorded music for Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. All in favor? Ms. Heller?
Right.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So
thank you. Thanks.
Thank you for opening this restaurant, and we wish you the best of luck, and hope that we can come and sit in your restaurant soon. But in the meantime, we'll take takeout.
Great. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Great.
Cheers, Devin.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Next, fiscal year 2022 financial plan. Mr. Kleckner and Ms. Goff, tell us how bad it is.
Well, good evening, members of the board and the public. This is the big event tonight as we are going to unveil the fiscal 22 financial plan, or the budget as we refer to it. And so what I would propose is we go through a presentation. Both Melissa Goff, the Deputy Town Administrator, and myself will be going through this presentation. There's a lot in it. And I think it probably would be best if we waited to questions until at the end, unless there's something really, an error or something somebody really needs to address. You'll find that as we go through, I'll be dealing with more on the summary level and some of the bigger picture issues, and then Melissa will dive down into a little bit more details. So why don't we wait until the full presentation is over, until we ask questions. So Melissa, if you could open up the presentation. So I do want to mention that this is the second year now that we're transitioning our budget document and process to an online portal tool, if you will. It's called OpenGov. And as I said, this is the second year we've been using it. It's a big change for people who are used to the budget book. Although we are going to produce printed materials, but they're not as interactive or effective unless as much as the online portal. So we strongly encourage people to try to get comfortable with using the OpenGov platform. You'll see some of the changes and improvements we've made since last year in this OpenGov process, and we're going to keep moving forward with that. And you see at the bottom the link, and we'll of course be publishing that link in a lot of different places. So let me give the overview of the budget. So what I reference the FY22 budget as a recovery budget, and I say that because the town has really been hit hard. And when I say the town, I mean the town's budget and operations, the town government's budget and operations have been hit hard by COVID for a lot of reasons. One is, we've had a revenue loss, and FY22 will start the gradual recovery of that revenue loss. And we've had to close down a lot of operations or change the way the operations work. Most obvious is the schools, which are in a hybrid mode, but you all know that we've closed the library, the senior center, and we're unable to run many recreation programs because of the obvious restrictions that COVID presented. So we see FY22 as a transition to go back and to restore some of these and get back to somewhat of a normal operations. So the overall budget is $366 million, and that what we refer to as all in, meaning it's all the enterprises, all the debt exclusions, everything that the town raises and spends is included in this larger budget. That goes up by 4.8% over last year. But I call it an effective budget increase is much lower, roughly around 3% when you deduct some of this new funds or one-time funds like debt exclusions, free cash, and some other fixed costs. But overall, the budget is going up by 4.8%. This budget reflects a revised town-school partnership formula, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But we've had a fairly convoluted budget formula that seemed to get more complicated each year as we layered on another adjustment over another adjustment. And so what we've done is we've eliminated this arbitrary 50-50 split, and then make multiple adjustments to a more simpler format, reflecting the more of the historical share of the budget. And so we've moved this year to allocate revenue based on this new formula. It will allocate about 60% of the town's revenue to the school department, as it always has. But as I said, we've had this very convoluted formula that got there. And I think the new one will work better, a little bit more transparent to people. The school budget is going down a slight bit from last year, but I think that's important to understand is we took out of the equation $1 million that was available $1 million that was available to them last year. So there was an inflated amount, and that's why you'll see that from year to year, it's actually going down a slight bit. The other thing I want to mention about the school budget, even though it's decreasing slightly, we are proposing to put another $1 million in the reserve fund, which is the operating reserves of the fiscal 22, which is available to be transferred by the advisory committee for extraordinary or unforeseen expenses. We did that in fiscal 21, and I think it will serve the school department budget very well because we'll have this reserve available for these unanticipated expenses. Municipal budgets are going up slightly. It's actually a 0.9%, a little less than 1%. And we'll talk about all of these in a little bit more detail as we go forward. Continuing on the overall budget overview. Melissa, next slide. Our capital budget is going up by, or I should say it's 11% of prior year net revenue. That is the result of all these new debt exclusions that the town has authorized. And these are the debt on the school projects, which are starting to hit both the budget as well as the capital budget. Our enterprises are up by a nominal 3.1%. Reserves and long-term liability funding, it's meeting our goals. We have a goal of 10% of our net revenue in an unreserved fund balance. This was, as you may recall, probably the primary recommendation of the BFAC committee from last year. And I'm pleased to say that we're starting to get back in that right trend. So you'll see in later slides that we're getting towards that 10%. We have moved beyond it, below it, I should say, and we're getting back up to it. We're also funding our pension system fully, but we are deferring our increased contribution to the OPEB fund, or the other post-employment benefit funds. And again, I'll talk about those as we go along. This budget right now does not assume any federal stimulus funds for the operating budget. We have received stimulus funds last year, the so-called CARES Act funding, and we keep hearing about a potential opportunity. I think Congressman Auchincloss mentioned that this evening, and I just read today about the House's budget that is being proposed, and it does include substantial funds for state and local government and public education. We're really excited if that happens. We don't want to count it yet. As I know you know, the school budget is looking for more than what we're able to provide in this budget. So if we're able to get federal stimulus for any reason, I think that would be very helpful. And then finally, but not the least of which, I am proposing the establishment of the Racial Equity Advancement Fund, which was a subject of a resolution by town meeting, with a $500,000 endowment from HCA funding that the town has accrued. So why don't we move on? So this is the depiction of the overall budget. These are the categories that you should be familiar with. These are the 5 or 6 categories, 6 categories, I guess, each in each of the revenues and expenditures that we categorize our budget in. And it's going up by 4.8%, as I mentioned. Now we're going to get into a little bit more of the details of that. So the town's revenues, you'll see the large slice of the pie. That's the property tax. That's really 2/3 of our entire overall revenues are generated from local property taxes, and that's very significant. Just point out a couple other things. Your local receipts, I think, are growing as a percentage of the budget, whereas state aid is going down as a percentage of the budget. Those are some factors that we need to keep in mind. So let's talk about property taxes a little bit. 272 million, as I said, represents over 2/3 of the town's overall revenue. It increased by $16.7 million, or 6.5%. You might ask why the property taxes can go up by 6.5% when the Proposition 2.5 limit is 2.5%. Well, there's a few reasons. One is we have new growth, which is new construction that wasn't on our tax rolls before. There's no limit to that. So that is great because that's borne by the new property value that's created. But we also have debt exclusions, and you see such a large number there for debt service costs that have been excluded. Voters have approved these funds over and above the Proposition 2.5 levy limit. So you'll see in fiscal 22, it's 16.7 million, or 6.5% more than the prior year. Our state aid is going up. It's going up by less than 2%, but Melissa and I are ecstatic about that because we were really planning for a reduction in state aid earlier on. We couldn't imagine how the state, who was being impacted with a lot of the same economic issues that the town is, could afford to provide state aid at the levels that they had before. But lo and behold, just a couple weeks ago, the governor did announce his budget and did increase the unrestricted general government aid by 3.5%. For us, that means $236,000, and Chapter 70 increased by $206,000, or 1.4%. For Chapter 70, you may have heard that that's the education formula. You may have heard that there's a new funding to promote education reform and educational equity. You can imagine that Brookline's probably not in that group of people who need the kind of funds to create more equity in educational opportunities. So now we're considered a minimum aid community, and we're unlikely to get much of any new state aid for education aid. But as I said, we're happy with it. Just a few weeks ago, we were projecting a 15% reduction in state aid. So this was a big swing and really helped make this budget a little bit more manageable. I will say it's still early. In Massachusetts, the governor presents a budget, and then the two houses kind of present their own budgets and kind of act independently. Although I think as COVID goes on and it's complicated, I think the legislature and the governor are probably going to be more on the same page. But nonetheless, just like the federal government's aid with Congress, we're going to continue to watch the state legislature as it goes through the budget and see if there's any other funding that might present itself. Now to local receipts. Local receipts is actually down, but it's more of an accounting adjustment. But I think even though you're seeing some of these increases, like our local option taxes going up by 27.1% and parking meter receipts being level and parking fees going up and so on, these are not as high as we were hoping. These are taxes that we really rely on, and we took a big hit in 21. So consistent with this recovery concept of the budget, these revenues are starting to rebound, but not fully yet in fiscal 22. I would point out that the refuse fee will take effect fully in 22, and that will allow us to maintain a 25% subsidy from the general fund, which was one of our goals here. Moving to free cash, we had a total free cash certified of $13 million, but as part of our plan to get to 10% of reserves, we're leaving over $2 million of that amount unappropriated, just leaving it in free cash, which will qualify as unreserved fund balance. We are also making an appropriation to the stabilization fund of $2.9 million, and that will help us get to that, closer to that 10% level. We're putting as much money as we can in the CIP, and then according to our policies, we're adding $81,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust. And then the HCA surplus is really an accounting mechanism. We've moved our, HCA stands for Host Community Agreement with our cannabis operators, and we have the ability to levy a 3% or to charge a 3% fee on sales. We're moving that money from the general fund to a stabilization fund, and that creates some accounting issues, and I'm sure Melissa can help sort those out a little bit. Just want to remind everyone that free cash is limited to one-time purposes. Those are our reserves. We really don't want to build those into to our operating budget if we can avoid it. And then other available funds are $3.3 million, which represent mostly reimbursements from our golf enterprise as well as our water sewer enterprise to make sure that they're paying their freight for expenses, including indirect expenses for health insurance, pension funding, and so on, so that it doesn't impact the general fund. Now moving to expenditures. This is a slide that's interesting because this is the slide that breaks it down into the actual budget categories that the town appropriates. So you see the school department at 33% and municipal departments at 22%. And as I mentioned, it's more like 60-40, but the major other category is non-departmental. That's almost as large as that school department share of the pie at 32%. And those are things like health insurance and capital expenses and debt and interest and all those things that aren't assigned to a particular department. But we do allocate those. And you'll see later on when Melissa does her slides that school department, when you categorize it in that way, rises to about 60% of the town's resources. The school budget, as I mentioned, is down slightly by 0.6%, but that really was the result of a one-time funding of COVID relief. I believe we provided at least $1 million at sort of the last end of the budget to the school department, and we took that out when we divvied up the new revenue, because that really was a one-time expense to run the remote academy that was has been so important during COVID. I mentioned already the town school partnership. There are enrollment increases. There are other big assumptions to understand in the FY22 budget for the schools. I don't presume to know what all of those are, but I think we need to understand, what exactly are what is the school department's assumptions when they're preparing their budget in terms of COVID. Are they going to be back full time? Are they going to continue to have enrollment reductions, or are we going to start rebounding from that? So there's a lot of questions that are out there. In addition to COVID or federal funding for COVID that the schools may have received or may receive, we really need to understand how those are going to be used, because we need to fully leverage all of our funds to make the school department budget as whole as we can.
Hey, Mel, while we're on this subject, I hate to interrupt you, but I could have sworn that I saw something on the listserv saying that the school committee had voted for something that differed from the town school partnership. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. They did. They recommended, or they approved a budget that would request about $4 million or $5 million more than what we have been able to provide through this historical basis.
Okay.
And so I make this comment about there's no override assumed, but if we were to fund that request, it'd have to come from somewhere, whether it comes from other budgets or reserves, or we seek an override of taxes. And so at this point in my budget, I don't assume any of those, and that's why I stand by the amount of money we have that's been allocated to the school department. It is, of course, up to the town meeting to decide how much ultimately is allocated there. So on the municipal departments, there's some modest growth of just a little less than 1%. Most of it is covering fixed costs and contractual increases. I will mention, and I know we've mentioned this before in our earlier presentation, we are not including a reserve for fiscal 22 salary and wage increases. That doesn't mean that we're not providing some increases to our employees. There's many employees that are within their step plan, and those are fairly automatic annual increases. But as a general wage increase, we are not at this point able to afford those in the budget, and so we're moving forward without that at this time. Where we're putting some money back, or where we're spending some money in the municipal departments, public works, sanitation costs are continuing to hit us. Fortunately, we did anticipate those when we created the rate increase last year. But I think, as has been discussed by this board, we'll probably want to look at more frequent rate increases in the solid waste to keep pace with this. We hadn't raised our last rates in almost 10 years. And so we're seeing continued escalation in sanitation and solid waste disposal costs. We have to keep the rink going, and in a very expensive way. And so that's going to cost us about $122,000 more. We're basically bringing in temporary refrigeration systems while we're evaluating what to do with the rink. My feeling is the rink has been great because it's an outdoor rink, and especially during this time, it's really been, I think, a good thing for the community to allow people to be outdoors and recreate. And then library and council on aging, we already talked about those. We're looking to bring them back to as much as full service as possible. Both of those departments really took most brunt of the budget reductions last year, for the obvious reason that they just weren't open. They couldn't be open, and they couldn't provide the kind of services that other departments were able to do remotely because of the nature of these services. So we're looking at bringing back most of the funding for library and COA. And then planning and community development department, we're fully funding the new sustainability director position, and we're restoring the economic development long-term planner that was cut last year. And that's really a focus on our need to plan for greater economic development. It really is an investment in this town if we can plan and implement new construction, new development that provides us growth in our budget. Non-departmental, as I mentioned, that's becoming a huge part of our budget. This is where I call the budget. This is where the budget busters are. Group health insurance, 6% rate increase doesn't sound like a lot when some of us recall double-digit rate increases for health insurance, but this is still quite higher than the rate of inflation and quite higher than the rate of revenue growth that we're able to experience. So this is a big hit for all of us. This covers all employees, town and school. And we're hopeful that, when the final rates come in March, it may be less than 6, but we're not counting on it at this point. Then the other budget buster is our pension funding plan. We are increasing our pension funding according to an actuarial formula. We're going to be doing this aggressively until the year 2030, at which time we will have exhausted or paid off the unfunded portion of our liability. We had talked about early on is whether this was an area that we might try to shave by looking at different assumptions, return assumptions, which we've been reducing. We could go up again, or we could extend the pension funding schedule beyond 2030. Those are things that I don't think would be in the town's interest to do at this time. However, we are proposing that we do defer any additional funds to the OPEB liability. The OPEB liability, it does not have the same legal and practical implications as the pension funding schedule. So if we are going to save a little bit on some of our long-term reserves, I would say this is the one that I would propose not doing, which I've done. And then finally, debt service. I think we talked about debt a lot. We're incurring a lot of debt to meet our obligations to expand and enhance our school buildings, and our debt service is going up by almost $12 million, resulting from the high school, fiscal school, and then our Newbury property acquisition. Total capital increases total capital expenses are now almost 16% of the town's prior year net revenue. That's the highest I can recall it in my tenure with the town. So finally, non-appropriated enterprises. These are areas that sort of are off budget, if you will, although we have to account for them. And the non-appropriated expenses are primarily the state and county expenses, the MBTA, Norfolk County, and then our overlay, which is the amount of money that the town sets aside to cover abatements, tax abatements, and exemptions. Our enterprises, 5.3%, although Melissa, you might want to address this because earlier in the slide we talked about more of a 3.5% growth. So let's think about how to clarify that.
So I think what you're seeing there is the all-in change, including the benefits, and so the 3% number is netting out the benefits. That's the difference.
Thank you. But clearly, water sewer is our largest enterprise, and the MWRA assessment is of that very large. And we will be proposing rates when the board evaluates the public works budget. We've begun to do that consistent with the budget. And that's frankly what I'm going to recommend we do for solid waste in the future as well. And then finally, our golf enterprise is growing from our driving range, which is in golf in particular, a very popular activity, getting outside during COVID. And that plus the driving range, the golf enterprise is doing well there. Move on to the next slide, please.
No, my mouse is stuck. There we go.
What I would like to finish up my section of the report, and then before I move on to Melissa, is to talk about some of the policy issues and initiatives that are going on in town, trying to tie them back to the budget if applicable, but even if not, just to talk about them, to talk about where we're heading. I find the budget is the one time when the town really focuses on things long-term, short and long-term. And so I want to spend some time on when I put together the budget and talking with you as the board and the advisory committee about how the budget and how our longer-term planning is trying to address these major policy issues and initiatives. The first one I focus on is financial management capacity. That one we focused on a lot last year because of the BFAC report, but the BFAC report really is just getting started. And so I wanted to address a few things there. I have already mentioned about our goal to meet and exceed a 10% target on fund balance, which is essentially a free cash and stabilization fund. And Melissa will show you a slide that shows you our progress there. We addressed a bit of the budget process issues that the BFAC committee has identified. They talked about more frequent budget summits. I'm not sure they necessarily felt the town school partnership was the right vehicle for that, but until we develop a new one, that's the one. That's the one that we use. It has representatives of the select board, the school committee, and the advisory committee. And we've met frequently throughout the fall and the winter, and will continue to meet. I find them to be, if nothing else, a good way to communicate with one another. And sometimes we come up with very good solutions. I think it's incumbent that the board members, the advisory committee, the school committee members go back to their board, and try to get direction about where we might want to go with the budget. So I think we're going to stay in the town school partnership for a while and see how that plays out this year. I talked about the restructured and simplified revenue allocation formula, and then also education and transparency in budget. A few weeks ago, I held that Budget 101 education session. It was a good start, I thought. Want to continue to do more of those things. We need, as BFAC suggested, we need to get people more engaged in the budget, more understanding of how it works, so that we can get better ideas and better solutions. Finally, they propose a lot of economic and development growth for the reasons I stated before. That is an area where it's not capped by Proposition 2.5. It helps not only grow our revenues, but also to stabilize the real estate, especially the residential real estate. So we are putting some staff back into the economic development department of the planning department. And also really making public investment, Gateway East and other areas, especially as it relates to the Route 9 corridor. That's a real focus of our economic development strategy. To really accomplish the many of the major recommendations of BFAC, which is, to implement financial improvement plans, to evaluate current expenses, to dive into our capital budget and make better decisions. These all require people. And unfortunately, in fiscal 22, we're unable to do that. The next policy issue and initiative is racial equity. I'm pleased to say that the racial equity process of establishing goals. I got a long start. I think we had to go out to a contract RFP twice for that. We have a racial equity group doing a great job for us. All of our departments are really engaged in it. Really happy that we're starting to really start making it click. The disparity in public contracting. I know that's an issue that was on the town meeting's mind this last year. And we have begun to develop data leading to a disparity study. You may have read about the City of Boston's disparity study the last few days. It came out, and it did not show great progress. And frankly, that's what ours will say. And so the problem is, if you don't do the study, you can't achieve the results, or you can't achieve more aggressive affirmative results or solutions, because you need to establish that there is the disparity. So I think we're going forward, really looking at to see what Boston and the region is doing as well, and the state. I mean, I bet you we spend most of our money much of our money on state contracts. So if the state can establish these preferential contracting relationships, then I think they help all the cities and towns who work off state contracts. And then finally, Racial Equity Advancement Fund. I'm really proud to say that we're looking to endow the fund with $500,000. This is from host community impact mitigation fees. Already, there's been some good goals and objectives that have been established by the DICR department. I'm thinking about a possible partnership with BCF or another entity who is more facile at distributing these grants and having maybe some little less of the politics and the red tape that goes along with government. So I want to pursue that partnership. And then finally, I am probably going to be proposing a warrant article for possible special legislation. It's not a slam dunk that we're going to be able to use these funds in this manner. There is legislation that talks about mitigation and direct impacts. I believe we have a great reason and a great justification to do that. And I think maybe the best way to do is be more proactive and just go for the special legislation. And so I'll be talking to you about that as we get close to the warrant. Police reimagining and reform. That's an area that sort of like BFAC last year, we didn't exactly know where they were heading, although I do know because I attend all the meetings of both the reimagining and the reform groups, that they're doing a very thorough job, and they're going to have a lot of important findings and recommendations. And just to give you a couple of examples, and these are just taken obvious ones. The police body worn cameras is an area that I think we're going to move forward with in the near future. And then a proposal that's going to be coming out of the Police Reimagining Committee to restructure and expand the way we provide social services is another interesting area. The chief of police selection process was interesting. That came up just a couple weeks ago. I think the committees, both the committee and the task force, are starting to realize, well, it's getting late. Maybe we should provide some input to the select board about the process, what kind of criteria and characteristics we're looking for in a police chief. So I would suggest, as we meet with the committee and task force over the next few weeks, that we address that and start to think about that. And then finally, a funding strategy. The way that the budget is, it's going to be hard to do a lot of things with a lot of these priorities, and not especially some of the expensive proposals that may come out of this. But at this point, I did want to address it as part of the budget process. And then I want to go to sustainability and climate action. We are fully funding that enhanced position. We're having a difficult time filling that position, although we're continuing to work at it. I've been finding it's a very difficult time to hire positions at a management level these days. But the funding is there for that position for the full fiscal year at the higher level as recommended by the UMass Collins Center. But I also want to mention that in addition to hiring the sustainability manager, we're also trying to hire people with more experience in the sustainability in other functions. So DPW, engineering and transportation, that's a very obvious area. Parks and open space, I'm pleased to see that the new director has strong sustainability experience. So happy with that. And obviously our public buildings, where we're using a lot of the energy, is another area. So I don't want everybody to think it's just the planning department and the sustainability division, although that has to be developed over time. But understand that a lot of departments are involved in sustainability, and we're working at those at the same time. And then transitioning to non-fossil fuel sources, we're doing that over time with the replacement of our fleet. I'm seeing a lot of news about electric vehicles being going to be in more demand and manufacturing in the next few years, and we're certainly going to take advantage of that. We're also looking to make our municipal electric portfolio more like the one we're trying to do with our residential taxpayers, which will allow us to use less fossil fuel, cleaner energy, more renewable energy, and we're going to do that through purchasing of energy RECs. And then finally, our public building projects, all the school projects that we're talking about, we're trying to make fossil fuel free. In fact, we are going to be making fossil fuel free, and that will make a big difference there. Finally, the human and social service areas. This was I think a relatively new focus of the town. I think the pandemic brought it to the front. Police reimagining and reform groups talking about human and social services as part of the overall network of services that are provided in this range of public safety. And then also a renewed partnership with the Brookline Housing Authority. I think that's really put this area more in our focus. At this point, we're using federal funding for these safety net type programs. We're doing that through the CARES, CDBG and CARES Act, Housing Trust, and through community fundraising and partnerships. I have to believe that the Restoration Library and COA programs are going to be helping restore some of those services to people who are having a tough time. But I have to say, and I know heard Ms. Brown's comments at public comment earlier, we have to figure out the long-term funding and jurisdiction of these issues. These have historically not been the responsibility of local government, but I think we all know there's nobody else. We look around, there's nobody else standing, it's us. And so I think we're going to have to reckon with that. At this point in the FY22 budget, we're continuing to focus our federal funding on these areas. And that's the extent of my presentation. I'd like to ask Melissa to go right into some of the details, take another 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll get into the questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Thank you all. Good to see you all. I want to just start first by really giving a lot of thanks to Justin Casanova Davis, who has been so helpful during this budget process. He and I were talking earlier today. Budgeting in a pandemic is definitely a different kind of thing. And, he said, remember when we only had to worry about the budget during budget season? So it's definitely, a lot going on here, year 2 of OpenGov. And then also last year when we were pushing this out, we had the benefit of our implementation team in OpenGov helping us. So we had 4 extra people kind of pushing this all out. So I'm really grateful to Justin for all his efforts, and glad that we have, everything posted today, and then the printed document will be out shortly. So this first slide here is just giving you a snapshot of the entire financial plan. So you can see the general fund revenue combined with the enterprise funds for $16.6 million increase, or 4.8%. And then you can see the appropriations with the general fund, non-appropriated, and then the CIP, and then the expenditures on the enterprise side as well. So this chart here is the one that Mel referred to earlier. And so what we do here is we look at an exercise that's done at the end of fiscal year 20, where the town departments report their expenditures on behalf of the schools. So whether it be the building department or the police department or the fire department, recreation, we take all of those expenditures that they are doing on behalf of the schools and we allocate it to the school budget. So you can see that in reality, it's 60.8% of the total budget going towards education. This is another snapshot of the general fund. So you can see our revenue is growing by $15 million for the general fund. And then we take out the non-appropriated, which is our county assessment, our state charges. Once we deduct for that, we've got $14.8 million to distribute for town, school, CIP, and other items there. So this snapshot here is our local receipts. And so Mel talked a little bit about some of the adjustments being made to local receipts. So you can see that we do show some growth in some areas. Motor vehicle excise was an area, local options. The drop that you're seeing in general government is just an adjustment for HCA funds. So in fiscal 22, HCA funds they turn into they're, instead of being a local receipt, they are a stabilization fund. So the reduction there is reflective of that. And so once the money is accrued in the stabilization fund, then it will be available for appropriation. And I know it's a little cumbersome. So I think that, at the advisory committee level, I'm sure we'll get into some of the nitty-gritty detail on that as well. You can see that payment in lieu of taxes went up by $417,000. We were very happy to see that our partners, our nonprofit partners, have been fulfilling their commitments with pilot payments. So that's why we were able to increase that area for local receipts. And then the $350,000 growth that you see on the refuse side, that is a full year of the refuse fee showing up in fiscal 22. So this is the free cash slide that Mel alluded to earlier. So we are looking as the first priority to make sure that our fund balance levels are heading towards that 10% goal. I have a slide that shows you kind of where we are in relation to that. But the The operating reserve and the unreserved fund balance are the two areas that we try and make sure that we use free cash to support. Once those areas are fulfilled, we look at our liability fund. The balance in the liability fund is 1% of prior year net revenue. So we need $81,000 to meet that target. Once we fulfill that, we look at our CIP, and the target for the CIP is 7.5% of prior year net revenue. So that means that $4.3 million is needed to get to that target. The HCA surplus is essentially what we are doing to bridge the gap between converting from a local receipt to a stabilization fund. So that 862 is going to be supporting HCA related activity in fiscal 22 until we have a balance in the stabilization fund. Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So once we fulfill those first obligations, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the formula says 15% of whatever's available in free cash. So that's an $80,000 number as well. And then once all of those are fulfilled, we look at special use. And you may recall from my CIP presentation back in December that the CIP is also under a lot of pressure, in particular because the high school general fund subsidy kicks in fiscal 22, and then the leases for the school Temples and Clark Road are also consuming a large portion of the revenue finance CIP. So this 457 is to help the CIP with funding issues. So this is the overall fund balance picture. So you can see last year at this time, we were looking at a fund balance of 8.64 was last year. And at the end of fiscal 20, we were at 8.4. And that's pretty good considering that, you know, with COVID, the last quarter of the year, all our revenue essentially dropped off. So we are looking to try and recapture that loss by adding additional free cash and then also adding $1 million. So the 2.89 gets us to make up the ground that we lost at the end of 20 and then also try and boost the fund balance. So you can see if we continue that strategy into fiscal 22, we're getting very close to that 10% target. These are the growth areas on the general fund side. So you can see debt service, that $11.8 million. And, you know, most of that is debt exclusion related. And then you can see that benefits is the number that is the big budget buster that follows behind there. And then you can see the town and school changes, and then special appropriations, and then non-departmental. So just to go a little bit deeper into our budget busters. So this is our pension growth. And so we grew by 7.2% in fiscal 22, and that is a $1.9 million number. So that's going to be a really challenge for us as we go forward, because our pension line item grows by 7.85% annually. We're currently at a 7.2% rate of return. And so we're hoping that we are still able to hold forth and make that 2030 number, and then use the drop off to support OPEBs going forward. Oh, I don't know why it went back to the beginning. Pardon me. Okay, and this is our OPEB appropriation. So for fiscal 21 and for fiscal 22, we've put a pause on the annual growth that we normally provide for OPEBs. Normally we inflate operating revenue by $250,000 to support our OPEB funding plan. So we're looking to defer that yet again in fiscal 22. And we also do still provide assessments from our water and sewer and recreation revolving fund and our golf enterprise fund as well. This is another snapshot of the categories in the budget. So you can see the $15 million growth in operating revenue and then the $15 million expenditures. These are snapshots from OpenGov that show our enterprise funds. So you can see our water and sewer revenues and then our water and sewer expenses. So you can see that the variance there, combined with our golf course enterprise fund and then our recreation revolving fund. And so with recreation, the general fund budget was not able to grow, but we are seeing some recovery on the revolving side. So that's why you're seeing, you know, a pretty substantial growth there. And I think Lee's excited to, you know, grow programming in fiscal 22. So in addition to our operating budget, our capital improvement plan is part of the financial plan. And so we are looking to invest $156 million over the 6 years of the plan. And so that averages out to about $26 million a year. So we have our high school debt service, our Driscoll School debt service, and we are looking for an estimate from the Pierce School Building Committee so that we can show how that would impact our debt service for the CIP. We are at 7.9% when we use that additional free cash that was shown in the free cash waterfall. And then when you add the debt exclusions in, it gets us to 15.6. This is another snapshot that shows you how the funding for the CIP works. So we have our prior year net revenue number, which then produces our 6% funding. So we've got 15.1 of it going towards debt, and then 1.8 going towards revenue finance CIPs. So when you grow debt, you have less in the revenue financed area. And so you could see that this 5.36 number is pretty substantial. And that's specifically because of the high school kicking in fiscal 22. It kind of moderates out in the out years. So we try to have a target of 4% debt and then 2% revenue finance. So we kind of get back to those levels in the out years of the CIP. Then we have projections for free cash that add to it. And then you can see how we get to our targets within the CIP, and then also how the debt exclusions factor into that as well. These are some of the projects that are highlighted in our CIP. Excited for you to hear a little bit more about the Washington Street Rehab Program. I think that's a really great project, especially with a state match from the tip. We have some parks filtering through the system, and then we also have our fire station renovation project, which I believe they're looking at the fall of 22 for a debt exclusion on that. Then just a note about the long range financial plan. You know, this is something that we are constantly looking at and tweaking and making changes to. And so when we presented this back in December, we had numbers that were a lot worse because we were planning for a big reduction in state aid. But even, you know, with that normalizing, we still have challenges in the out years of the financial plan. I think the school growth, especially in personnel, is extremely challenging. And that's part of the reason why I think you're hearing from the school department about needing additional support. We have expenditures that are growing by 4%, and we have revenues growing by 3%. So that's our annual growth that causes these deficits in the out years of the plan. And so, you know, to the extent that we have, you know, more information that can better help inform these numbers, we always try and make sure that we make these adjustments. And this is the last slide that just shows you kind of the annual challenge that we have with the projected annual growth, and then just cumulative, just kind of show you how wide it is.
Thank you, Melissa. You know, Melissa gave Justin Casanova Davis credit, which I also want to do as well, but I want to give Melissa credit for really, she is the town's budget officer. It is, you would not imagine how complicated a $350 million budget is. There's so many pieces to it. It all has to balance out. And I just am just amazed how Melissa can keep it all together. And I trust her completely with these numbers, although I test her a lot on them. But I'm really appreciative of Melissa's talent in this area. And also, you know, with the COVID, it's just made everything harder, you know, and more challenging. And I want to say thank you, Melissa, and to Justin, and to all the department heads, including the school department, who work so hard on the budget every year. I just want to say thank you. And at this point, happy to answer any questions the board may have. We're giving the same presentation to the advisory committee on Thursday night, and unfortunately, that's all they got us for. So we'll probably be there for quite a while. but happy to answer questions.
Bernard, you're muted. Sorry.
Okay, I'd like to ask Melissa a question, a minor question. I sort of got two senses from you. Are we going to receive a printed budget book, or are we going to have to rely on open government?
No, we are required to give you a printed budget book, and you will get a printed budget book. Mel mentioned the enhancements that OpenGov has made. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's a lot better than it was. We've got, the font is bigger. That was a big message that we got from town meeting members last year. And so I think we're just going to continue to push them for improvements. I'm on their customer advisory board, so I make sure to advocate for these changes to make the budget a more accessible document. So we'll definitely be distributing that soon.
Okay. I mean, some of us are still in the 20th century where paper and not computer blips were the way to go. But so, any other questions? Did I see Mr. Fernandez? I saw.
Sure. I mean, a million questions, but I'll ask one and then just offer a comment too on something else. One was just about the meter fee increase, and I know we held off on that. We're a lot of folks were struggling in the middle of this pandemic, and it may still be, but this seems like one area where by raising the rates by a quarter, we can, I forget the estimates, maybe Melissa, maybe but how much more that would put in our budget over the course of a year. And I'm wondering if that's something that we're going to be revisiting sometime soon, and I hope we will.
So we haven't built that into the budget estimates, but I think that it's difficult to say what that would do in a low economic activity environment. I think that when things were booming and we were, having our $3+ million revenue line item, we were looking at a $750,000 ad.
Right. So less than that, but still a pretty significant amount of money coming in.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to revisit that at some point. I don't know how other board members feel about that, but I certainly would. The other piece was, I was thinking about the conversation around what we can do with our municipal budget, and we've been using a lot of federal funds to address some of these human services needs, and I appreciate that. One of the things that I remember us talking about before, and I'd like to see in the presentation going forward around the CIP, is how we're prioritizing equity in our CIP projects. And by the way, I see really good projects on there. I think Washington Street project is a perfect example of that. And potentially parks and playgrounds that are closer to areas like public housing, for instance, are good examples of that. And so maybe it's more of explaining how we're prioritizing equity in that, but sort of showing our work a little bit and talking that through in the future, I think would be helpful.
And I think it's also, part of the role of boards and commissions, as well as they vet these projects. When there's a park project that needs to move, I'm usually consulting with the DPW commissioner before making that adjustment, because they know what the process has been from Park and Rec and what the priorities are for, urgent needs in the system.
Thanks.
Ms. Heller.
Yeah. I have a couple of questions and a comment. I had a question about the debt service number. Does that include the debt service for just the regular CIP?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a combination of debt exclusions and CIP.
Correct. $21 million is the debt exclusion number. That was what was shown in the levy picture that Mel had. So it went from, I think, about 13 million in fiscal 21 to 21 million in fiscal 22.
And that's because the projects are kicking in now.
We are borrowing for Driscoll. That's the biggest piece is Driscoll. It's about $90 million. The new authorization on the high school, and then Newberry as well.
Right. And I wanted to comment on the Racial Equity Advancement Fund. I think you're pursuing the right path, Mel, when you talk about getting special legislation. I mean, we've looked at the statute enough times to know that unless we have a direct relationship to the mitigation issues and the and the budget and the funds, we could be looking at some, challenge to it at some point. And I would hate to see that. I would hate to set up something and then have people disappointed because we ended up getting shot down about it. So I do think it's, and I would imagine that we might be able to get some other communities on board with this. And I wonder whether you have explored that.
Pardon me. Nancy, I think that I feel very strongly about this, and the fact that the town is working on it and is aggressive. We'll try to encourage other towns, but we had the one city out in Western Mass who decided that they didn't think they needed any host community funds any longer, which I think is really short-sighted. So we got that going. But I think there's two things going. Number one is we all know that the cannabis law in Massachusetts was intended to right some wrongs, and I don't see it happening. And so here we are with a proposal to do exactly that. And secondly, I've said this so many times, we were the only game in town for so long, and I don't have to tell you how much that aggravation that caused to have Netta really being the only dispensary for recreational cannabis in the greater Boston area, certainly on the T. And we, by virtue of that, did amass more funding because of that. And I think we're in a unique position to seek special legislation. So that's my thought as well.
No, I'm agreeing with you, and I think it's a wise idea.
Mr. Vascoya.
Yeah, if people will indulge me, I just have a series of questions, but they're brief. Is it possible that we're having trouble attracting a sustainability director because we're not offering the right amount of money for the position? I'm puzzled as to why we're having this problem.
It's a combination of things.
Okay.
Like, for example?
Yeah, I really.
I mean, COVID is the obvious example.
I'm trying to encourage people to apply. I don't want to discourage people, so maybe we'll take that offline.
Okay. Second question. I know I would find it very helpful, and I would ask that we be provided with a simple page that says, here is where there are increases in FTEs in the budget, and here is where there are decreases in FTEs in the budget. And of course, you'd have a bottom line eventually. There was a total of X number of FTE increases this year and a total of X number that decreases, and that yielded a net of 10, 9, 8, 7, none, I don't know. But I really want to zero in on, when and where do we increase FTEs and why? So I need to know where they are. Excuse me. I also, I don't think I saw a page that says in a similar fashion to the school department is getting 0.6% less, department by department by department, what are they getting? How much compared to last year, is DPW getting, so I love that list, department by department, what's the increase or decrease in the departmental budgets. And I would love to just put the question in front of people, who is tracking the school department's proposed request for an increase, and the total, I believe, is around $126 million that they want to have in revenues. Who's tracking that next to, compared to enrollment? Because it seems, so glaring that we had an enrollment dip of nearly 1,000 in the past year. And now we're hearing that we're going to need an additional 5 to 6 million over and above what was spent last year. And I think we've got somewhere in there is a number as to the per pupil expenditure increase from last year to this year. If we go with the 126 million spending on a reduced size of student body, reduced by almost 1,000 students, if current enrollment holds, which we don't know for sure, but let's say current enrollment is next year's enrollment. Then you'd have a number. You'd know what your per pupil expenditure is compared to the prior year. And I've looked at the numbers, and it's a huge bump up in the per pupil expenditures if we have a continuation of current enrollment. But I haven't heard anybody track it. I haven't heard the school committee track it. And I would love to just see it tracked by somebody. If the school committee hasn't done it, I think maybe we could do it on the town side.
I'm not sure we can do it, but because we're not in their budget. As you know, we identify a bottom line budget, and town meeting can only approve a bottom line. But it's true that we need to understand the details of the school budget. I just don't, they're not apparent to me right now. I do believe, the advisory committee has a special committee on education. And, I know that their intention is to dive deep into that budget. I think we'll do that at the town school partnership. If you have issues that you want me to research, I would certainly do that.
Thanks.
I was gonna say, I'll take your first two, John. If you look at section 2 in the interactive budget, everything you're looking for is in that section.
In that section. Okay. Okay.
Anyone else? Fernandez.
Sure. This is more a process question. And the question is, how would you best like to receive feedback from board members? Let's say if a board member or board members thought like, hey, I'd love to see a little bit more here in this particular space, Council on Aging as an example. How would you like to receive that kind of feedback? Is that something you'd like for us to more discuss here in this venue, or just kind of reach out and talk to y'all about that? Like what's the best way to advocate if we think that we'd like to see a little bit more somewhere in the budget, understanding that it's got to come from somewhere else?
Sure. You hold hearings on every, you hold a hearing at the end, but you also hold these listening sessions or presentations from every department, and would think you would want to do that and be informed. My feeling, Raul, is that I would want board direction. If one person says I want more in the COA, another person says I want more, and that doesn't really help me because I'm looking for more of the direction of the policy board. I think the advisory committee is going to be doing it too, and this is what happens. Once my budget sort of leaves on February 15th, it's really in your hands. It's in the advisory committee hands, and I'll be with it. But you guys make the decisions from here on out.
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't want to speak for Mr. Fernandez, but I think what I would say is that what we really need is some opportunity to digest and understand this budget presentation on an ongoing basis, so that we can at some point actually speak as a board. We received the presentation today. It was very good. And let me tell you, I thought it was very, very readable, very clear. But I haven't had a chance to sort of let it roam around my brain and figure out and expose what I don't understand yet. So I guess I would just say that you may be hearing from me by email or maybe phone calls, and I talked to Melissa on a matter today. But in terms of questions that we have or things we want to dig deeper in or problems we have with OpenGov, hopefully there won't be any. But that's what we need to do in order to get ourselves in a position to have a competent discussion.
I agree. Sorry, go ahead, Raul.
No, I was just gonna say I agree with everything Bernard just said, and that approach I think is great. We just, for those in the public, we just got a chance to to have access to the to OpenGov to be able to see specifically into the. So we haven't even dug that deep yet. So I really meant it as a way of an example. But I think this is an excellent opportunity for us. I will say that I do hear often enough, like, hey, I know what individual board members want, but I don't know what this board wants. And so if there are areas, and there might be only a few, but if there are areas where we can all get on the same page and say, maybe we can do more here, and together, I'm look forward to those kinds of conversations. I think that'd be really helpful to everybody going forward.
We could build that into the agenda in a week or two, just posting it as a discussion of budget priorities.
Sure. I was going to suggest that one thing I didn't want to suggest is that you can't call, individual board members can't call and talk about the budget or have questions about it. We encourage that. But when it comes to setting priorities, it really doesn't help if it's one board member at a time. It really does need to be a consensus of this board. The other thing I would suggest is, obviously read the detailed budget materials. And if you have time, check in on the advisory committee on Thursday. I can assure you it'll be 3 full hours of detailed questions about the budget, which is their job, let's face it.
I had another question.
Yes.
So we kind of stepped up and made a substantial additional contribution to the food pantry, or to delivering food to people in need. And I'm wondering if we're continuing that in this budget.
That's the CDBG money, wasn't it?
I think it depends on the kind of federal funding we're going to get and what form it takes, but I hope so.
Okay.
And I think we also need to understand the need too. We all assume we know the need, but we have to really understand it and where it's best allocated.
What is the status of warrant article 32, the study that was to be done by a diversity department or office?
Not sure which one you're referring to, Bernard.
Well, warrant article 32, which set up a working group of, I guess, led by the diversity office to actually identify
yes,
the need in housing, food, and I think one other area.
Yeah.
And then come up with a plan to actually mitigate it.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm not aware if it's kicked off yet, but to me, that seems like an area that this board should be very interested in and try to facilitate that group and get some kind of the information and data that you need to set policy. Melissa, do you know where that stands?
So I see in the Q&A that Liz Neal has commented that she's on a working group. I don't know if that's DICR, that they've convened and they're in process.
Okay, time's running out. I think, when is the preliminary report due? Any rate,
31st.
The 31st?
Of March, yes.
Of March, okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Heller?
I just want to make one comment, which is that I believe when we first discussed this budget a couple of months ago, that I just want to reiterate for people that the news was pretty bad. And we were really looking at a lot of cuts. And, while it isn't great, it's not what we would want it to be. It's not nearly as bad as we thought. And I think that's the good news here. So I just want people to remember, especially in the audience. I know select board members probably do remember, but I think people in the town may not realize that we're doing better than we originally forecast for the reasons that Mel and Melissa laid out. But I do think that's an important message for people to have.
And I would just want to comment on that, Nancy, and that in Mel's budget message, which if you're going to read any part of the budget, I think the budget message is probably the easiest to digest and understand. There is a table in there that talks about the COVID related cuts that we had to do in fiscal 21 and what the status of that is, at least for the municipal department. So we weren't able to do a lot, but I think that the areas where we were able to provide revenue, were either, fixed costs that we had to fund, or, trying to bring back some of the services that we know, maybe took a deeper cut in 21 because of COVID.
Right.
Great. Any other discussion? Mr. Ranscoyar?
Yeah, a couple more questions. So the town of Brookline is fortunate to have a recently hired new official, an engagement officer. I'm not sure I got the title right, but and I've seen her in action at a couple of meetings, and I think this holds great promise for the town. Will she have a role in engaging people in the budget process? Is that going to be part of her responsibility?
Probably eventually. I don't know. She was just hired, so I haven't sat down with Lloyd yet. But if we can't do community engagement in the budget, which is the town's priorities, it seems to me that we're not doing much of community engagement. But I think we have to, and I'll be following up with Lloyd about that.
And the second question is, I was glad to see mention of, in the air, it's sort of in the realm of issues for the future. Mention was made of social workers and social services, social workers, and the idea that we might be looking into some expansion of social services, addition of social workers somewhere in the town's budget. But we do have positions now in the budget that, it's not like there's a Department of Social Services, but there are social workers in the school department budget. There's a social worker in the police department budget. There's, I believe, a social worker in the Council on Aging. And then there are services that we get through, let's say, Brookline Center for Community Mental Health. How do we determine what the unmet social worker need is? How do we put a number on we're short 5 social workers?
We got to figure out what they do and what they need to do. And my committee on policing reform, we're going to recommend that the social worker in the police department, number one, be put in the police department budget when her grant runs out, because she's grant funded.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, expand the use of, or expand the availability of a licensed social worker for specific needs that person would serve in the context of the work the police department does. So, I mean, we can't just say we need more social workers. We've got to figure out what it is we need social workers for, and where is the most appropriate place to place them, and what type of social workers we're talking about.
So it sounds like we need to do some kind of an evaluation there, as to the number and where they should go, right?
Yeah, I mean, among other places, the two committees, the task force and the police reform committee are doing that in the area of policing. And, I assume that before, the school committee goes out and hires a bunch of social workers, they're going to figure out, what do we need social workers for and how many do we need?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Fernandez.
Yeah, I'm thinking about some of the budget amendments that have come forward recently, and I know that at times that's been a process with a lot of conflict involved in it, and I'm just wondering at this at least relatively early stage of a few months before we gather at town meeting to decide on the budget finally, how we can. It's just the thought on my mind is how we can make that a more sort of productive process where folks who'd like to see changes to the budget, are sort of brought in earlier, have more conversations, including conversations with staff to of course understand, as much as we can about the budget. It's just a thought I have, and I just know that that's been it's been a source of conflict in the past, and I'm wondering how we can get ahead of it and figure out a way to make it a more productive process and conversation, with the understanding that people may want to do different things with the budget than the select board does, or that the advisory committee does. So maybe there's some conflict inherent in that, but I don't know. I just wondering how we can make it a better process.
I think it's a good point. And maybe it's just, educating people that about the fact that, they can do a lot through the select board, and then, the select board actually being responsive to, those concerns and those issues.
I just want to add that, that's also where the forecast comes into play as well, so that you can kind of anticipate in the out years that there might be something you want to prioritize. We can plan for it. That's really kind of the purpose of the forecast.
I know that Select Board Member Hamilton mentioned, maybe in a couple of weeks, the board could have a review of the budget, sort of a bigger picture before we start diving in, and maybe identifying some of those areas, maybe encouraging people who have other ideas to speak with you. When are we going to start the actual departmental reviews, Melissa?
Right away. So we know that we are going to have a time crunch, especially when the warrant closes and we add all these warrant article reviews that I'm sure are going to be happening. So we've got everyone lined up and ready to go. I think Devin's starting next week.
Yeah. So, with the warrant and the articles that take so much time, I think those frankly do take away sometimes of the discussions of the budget. So we're going to have to try to manage that time and that conflict.
There's a question in the Q&A. What is the expected timeline for receiving final recommendations from the 2 policing committees, and will these recommendations be incorporated into the budget?
Well, we're scheduled to present to the select board on March 2nd, and then select board will vote on certain recommendations towards the end of the month. At least with respect to the reform committee, we're also going to be recommending that certain aspects of our inquiry continue beyond that. But it's March 2nd, and then I think March 26th for votes of the select board is the timeline.
Mel or Melissa, can you speak to what implications that might have for this budget? I know that's later in the game than we expected to. I think we expected to have our findings ready for the first week of February, but we needed a little bit more time, both groups, to really get where we felt like we needed to be. So I'm wondering what that looks like now, a month later, where we expected to be, in terms of how it could potentially play into the budget this year.
My feeling is, the fiscal 22 budget is sort of more uncertain than any other budget I've been involved in, and I think we're going to be at it for a while. Similar to last year, we took up the budget late in June, and then we did it again in November. I have a feeling we're going to be doing some of that again in fiscal 22 because of so many issues up in the air. But I will say, whether it's BFAC or any of those priorities, racial equity and social services and police reform, those things cost money, and you see the budget. The budget's going up by about about 3% overall when you take away some of those other things. So there's not a lot of money out there, and then you've got the school department who's looking for 4 or 5 million more than what's even out there.
Yeah. I mean, there will be asks from my committee. They don't necessarily have to be in the fiscal year 22 budget. Some we are asking, but many of our proposals aren't going to have a significant budget impact.
I can't say the same.
Okay, and those are famous last words on my part.
Right.
Okay. But I've told people, bear in mind, there's no money tree here in Brookline, and let's just make sure that we think through you know, how we're going to pay for these things and the time period that we can, you know, schedule certain changes and reforms over. Any other questions, discussion? Well, thank you, Melissa and Mel. Again, I thought the material was very good. I mean, yeah, I read it this afternoon. I felt I actually learned something. You know, I haven't digested it fully, but it's still being chewed in my mouth. That's a stupid metaphor. Okay, so let's move on. Housing production plan. Let's see, who do we have? We have Allison Steinfeld. Who's going to sort of introduce this issue to the board? Is it you, Allison, or is it going to be Joe Viola?
Actually, it's going to be Joe Viola, who's
okay
with us.
You told me, and
sorry, I'm here having camera
okay.
difficulties.
So what are we talking about with this housing production plan item?
So good question. As the board will recall, you know, we presented on January 26th, and you know, we reminded you how we've had you know, we've been preparing and refining a draft housing production plan over the past several months. Prior to being presented to the board, we went through several iterations of public comments, including at the Housing Advisory Board, after which other suggested edits were incorporated into, you know, in addition to language related to community and financial impacts, which was we added to try to be responsive to the warrant article 34 resolution from November town meeting. As you recall, we sought your input and support for issuing the RFP. We received your feedback and we worked to incorporate additional changes into the document, you know, with the consultation of town council and our chief procurement officer. Draft A was one of two revised drafts included in your packet tonight with track changes to aid your review. And really, draft A was staff's attempt to update the RFP in response to the comments we heard from the board. So with that, the planning department is seeking guidance from the select board on how to proceed with the issuance of an RFP. We hope to have your feedback on the proposed revisions and whether our proposed staff edits captured the intent of your comments. Ideally, we hope to have your support to work with the chief procurement officer to issue the RFP on behalf of the town, and we'd be happy to address your questions and hear any additional feedback you might have after reviewing the changes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Someone in public comment, Jonathan Klein, who serves with me on the Housing Advisory Board, along with Roger Blood, who I see promoted here, advocated for option A versus option B. What is the planning department backing?
And actually, at some point, I'd like to just sort of go through the changes in option B or draft B, because I think that draft A is, I don't think is very controversial, but draft B has some additions that I think we need to talk about. But, you know, explain the difference, I guess, is what Ms. Hamilton is asking. Anyway, Ms. Heller, you're muted. Are you asking a question?
Okay, since I had a lot to do with draft B, can I make a comment here? So the concern really is that, you know, the planning department started the HPP some months ago, but then in November, warrant article 34 passed, and warrant article 34, as you will recall, asks that we do a comprehensive plan about housing in general and the impacts of housing, and before we, you know, actually embark on a program. And one of the things that concerned me, and also Linda Olson-Pelkey, who has worked on this as well, that the draft A talks about, for instance, market rate housing. Well, you know, in the past, we've always focused in our HPPs on affordable housing. And it seems to me that that's what the town should be doing, focusing on affordable housing. So, and I don't want this HPP to be contradictory to warrant Article 34. I mean, town meeting passed warrant Article 34. I think we have an obligation to pay attention to that, to do what warrant Article 34 asked. And I believe that that's included in our packet in case you hadn't read it lately. I can't find it right at the moment because I find that there's something to be said for having pieces of paper. But at any rate, so I think that actually Linda wrote a detailed email to you talking about the different changes and why they were important. And again, it's all based on warrant Article 34. I think the HPP cannot supersede warrant Article 34. It can't, if we're going to do a comprehensive plan as warrant Article 34 that's what we voted in town meeting to do, then, we can't undercut that in the HPP. So that was really the concern.
I don't know that Heather got an answer to her question about from the planning department.
So, Allison, can you address that, Ms. Steinfeld?
From the planning department's perspective, basically the difference between version A and version B is that version A is really a housing production plan. It's focused on how to produce housing. And it's consistent with the state guidelines. And it has a twofold approach. One is to provide the opportunity, if approved by the state, to offer us a potential safe harbor from 10% if and when we qualify for one. And secondly is to tell the town how to produce housing. From our perspective, version B can ultimately be a housing production plan, but first and foremost, it seeks to address the question, does the town want more housing? And if so, let's identify the impacts first and then consider production. To me, those are the two fundamental distinctions. And the question is, how does the board want us to proceed?
I agree with Allison, and I think that the reason for that is that that's what warrant Article 34 says. Does the town want housing, under what conditions, et cetera? What are the impacts of more housing? And so we're putting the cart before the horse in a way here, and superseding warrant Article 34. So our attempt was to build in some of those planning issues that are anticipated by warrant Article 34.
I agree. So
what's the difference?
Well, I think that it does require more analysis than perhaps the planning department had and the housing advisory board had expected to do. I'm not sure if that's correct, but I think that's Allison would agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's legitimate. Article 34 provides for something far more extensive than just a housing production plan. So we just need to know, which route do you want us to go? Do you want us to do a housing production plan with a focus on production while still identifying and trying to understand the impacts? Or basically a housing plan to decide first, does the town of Brookline want to create more housing in light of the potential impacts? And if so, how do we produce housing?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to get confirmation that warrant Article 34 says that first we figure out whether we want housing, and then we do housing. Ms. Hamilton?
I'll just say a few things. One, I want to acknowledge that Roger Blood wants to speak. I also think it'll
I'm
be
sorry.
it'll be helpful to hear from Jenny Raitt, who works for the town of Arlington in this space and also serves on our Housing Advisory Board. I know Linda Pelkey helped draft option B. I think she's in the audience. We may want to promote her to hear, from her what she was thinking. I will say this about Article 34. I remember us going back and forth about whether or not to expand its scope. And at one point, that scope did get expanded to include a lot more planning analysis. And then we reined it back in because the original intent of warrant Article 34 was about housing. And I think Allison is correct. We need to decide, are we funding a housing production plan, which is what is being proposed, or are we funding a comprehensive plan?
Specific to housing.
Good. Actually, that's a good. Mr. Blood, would you? And I see Linda Olsen-Pelkey has her hand up. So after you, I'll ask Linda.
Well, then I probably would like to echo Heather's request that Jenny Raitt be elevated, or she's on. I see her to speak because she brings a lot of perspective and expertise to this. I might want to have a brief comment later, but maybe we can have Jenny speak first.
It's great.
All right, thank you. So I'm Jenny Raitt. I serve on the Housing Advisory Board. As you can see, my full-time job is working for the town of Arlington as their Director of Planning and Community Development. Prior to that, I worked at the Metropolitan Area Planning Council for 9 years as their Chief Housing Planner and performed about 20 housing production plans throughout the Metro Boston region. During the time that I was at MAPC, I actually helped initially to work on the Brookline housing production plan. I was on the working group and I continued to work on it for as long as I could. I'm actually now on the new version of the working group for the HAB. And also I'm working on a housing production plan update for the town of Arlington. We actually just finished our RFP. We have responses and we're about to make an award at some point soon. So I've been through this quite a bit and have a lot of experience in this particular area. I'll just say a couple of things.
To your expertise. Talk to us about the two drafts.
Well, the first thing I want to say is that it's really meant to be a proactive strategy for planning and developing housing. That is the core of what a housing production plan is about. It seems rather obvious because it's called a housing production plan, but it's doing everything that Allison and Joe and Virginia have put together in this draft RFP, which is to really assess the needs and demand, look at the existing and projected demand as well, and basing that off of, in all likelihood, what we are going to get out of the Metro Common, which is a regional planning process that's being led by the MAPC. So currently we have Metro Future, which is the regional plan. Metro Common is actually coming out within the next 6 months and includes demographic projections. So I'm certain that we will utilize those projections. And also because we're participating in the Metropolitan Mayors Coalition Regional Housing Task Force, I think that we'll also lean back a bit on understanding more about our role within the context of the Regional Housing Task Force. So I think there's sort of a confluence of things that are coming together in this HPP process that are important and relevant to this conversation. The other point of the HPP is to do what we did last time as well, which is to really understand the constraints and barriers to developing new housing. And it is about producing new. Of course, there's a piece about preservation and sort of creating and preserving, and that's also stated in the intention and goals. But in order to produce new housing, you have to rely upon some element of market rate housing. And that's evidenced by years of experience already here in Brookline. So it's not just true, only affordable housing that would be developed. It's affordable housing being developed and most likely as a result of, or in some way related to market rate housing being developed. And then lastly, and the most important piece is to develop very clear goals for how to move forward, strategies, and a clear implementation schedule. This is, by the way, only a 5-year plan. What we are, the sort of alternative model that is being proposed, I think, is a much longer range plan. And so that's not really what is typical in the HPPs that I've worked on. It's really focused on what you can achieve in that 5-year period. And then just a couple of other things, assessing definitive impacts as through these types of planning processes, specifically because you're looking at that 5-year time frame. Perhaps what is being proposed by the Department of Planning and Community Development here is the sort of scenario planning, which is basically taking what is called the development constraints section of the plan and understanding the capacity and assessing it through a number of different scenarios. So we're already planning to do that, and I think that that's very sufficient for a 5-year plan, and even goes really beyond what is certainly required, because we already have a good assessment of what the development constraints are from the current housing production plan, and it's not likely to change very much. But we do want to understand why we weren't able to achieve certain goals in the current plan. And then also to set new goals, we want to understand some of the development scenarios that we might be looking at. But to go any further than that is really above and beyond what's typically expected or anticipated as part of an HPP. And then lastly, planners reference plans and engage people all the time. And the department in Brookline does a very good job of both of those things. They're actively engaged in so many different of their own planning processes, and I'm sure are aware of all of the other types of planning processes that are happening right now. There were a couple of comments about referencing an open space process and other planning processes that I know the town has actively engaged in, but may have not been led by Allison's department. But I'm certain that those plans would be utilized and referenced and meant to be understood. And then I actually think there's a very robust engagement plan that's being proposed and a process for finding ways to engage new people in the process, which is also really much better than what we did the first time around. So I'm very happy and satisfied with that as well. So I'm glad to answer any other questions about my own experience or what I think about this current proposal that you have before you.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pelkey, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. I'd be happy to go through the changes if anyone is interested, because they're really not as drastic at all as they're being characterized. But I think my main point is I agree completely with Nancy, which is why I worked on this, because what we heard from the select board, the advisory committee, and town meeting in the discussion of Warrant Article 34 was that people did not feel comfortable setting a policy for the town to significantly increase the amount of housing until they understood the impacts, those being physical, revenue, lifestyle impacts to abutters, to businesses, the whole 9 yards. So because this housing production plan actually was vastly expanded beyond what the previous housing production plan was, with the let's have place-based zoning scenarios. Let's figure out how many units we might want, how we're going to increase, like we shall increase the square footage of mixed use housing and housing in general. And it is putting the cart before the horse. And I'm going to try to sell you on the reason why you should agree to do the more careful look at the impacts is really what this is asking. And that is because when you get to the end, if you want the public to support what you're proposing, you need to do it more thoroughly, because having, without answering that question that we all said we wanted to know the answer to, you'll still be left with people who have the same question. You'll say, well, yeah, okay, so you have this scenario that says we should change the zoning here, here, and here. Have you talked to the people who, when their commercial building gets redeveloped, they're going to lose their business? Well, no. Have you shown what the impacts to our parks are going to be in terms of usage and availability and crowding from this amount of housing? No. I mean, this is not going to become a comprehensive plan. It is so far from that, simply by the fact that it's only about housing. But to hear it displayed that way is just preposterous. I mean, these are very minimal changes. They're just making some clarifications in the language so that the consultant understands what's expected. Like I said, I'm happy to go through the changes. There really aren't that very many. The language that Nancy and I added to the impact section, which is task 5, was taken directly from the guidelines published by the Department of Housing and Community Development. So we're not dragging this. We're not trying, you know, I'm actually trying to help you guys have a better outcome that will be more robust, that will be more publicly accepted than not.
Okay, so I'm gonna let Roger speak because he's chair of the HAB. But I think it would be good to go through the changes from A to B, because some of them I have real problems with, but some of them I think just you know, aren't that bad a deal. But anyway, Roger.
Yes, I think that first of all, we've talked a lot about Article 34, and I think all the references are to the amendments that were made on the impact. I don't think we should forget the petitioners who constructed the other 90% or 95% of that article, which was all about housing and production. And what we're talking about here is the caveats of impact. And there's a lot in the existing RFP about impact, and the community engagement is going to open up to a very open-ended and extensive input from all stakeholders in the community about impact, and the consultant is going to need to do a large amount of work on that too. Real quickly, we had one of our members got a very short response from the person at state, the DHCD, who you know, is in charge of the standards. And I'd just like to give you a couple of quick sentences from that in relation to what Linda was saying, because to Linda's credit, she's taken a good look at the state's guidelines as well. And this is from Philip DiMartino at DHCD. He said, I've taken a look at the HPP guidelines that address infrastructure capacity issues. I'd say including specific projected costs for public services infrastructure related to zoning changes, that they may be a bit outside the scope of HPP guidelines and regulations. So our version A is already pushing the envelope of what is defined or understood to be part of an HPP, and the individual and collective edits from Linda and Nancy push that further. So he says, in most cases, town may say, for example, water sewer upgrades may be needed, especially in rural communities with limited water and sewer in the future, or an additional school may be needed, but we don't usually receive specific costs associated with proposed zoning changes. So it might say perhaps X amount of teachers, police, fire, staff, or even a school. I think that this literal interpretation that the state guidelines are prescribing the level of analysis and costing and detailed impacts is misplaced. Furthermore, and we're talking about housing planning versus comprehensive planning, housing and otherwise, inevitably and incrementally, the added language will add the time to complete this study, and likewise the cost considerably. We are already concerned that the version A that you see, we may, if we get good proposals back, they may be many times as costly even as what we did 5 years ago. And the core of the funding for this is coming, if not entirely the amount, from the housing trust. So I think we've got to try to keep faithful to that. I didn't know if we were going to attempt to do wordsmithing of all of the individual suggestions real time at this meeting. I was hoping that we could look at the two versions and say that the one is, in the spirit of what we're doing and has adequate references and inclusion of impacts. But we can take whichever approach you like. The HAB does recommend version A for the reasons that I think we're describing.
I wasn't talking about doing wordsmithing, but rather looking at the additional language and saying, do we agree with this or not? But maybe the board is ready to choose one or the other now. I don't know. What do board members think? Mr. Fernandez.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move forward in supporting Part A, Option A, Draft A. I don't see the need, certainly even to go, through item by item, and then I can see us being here for hours going back and forth on these. I mean, literally. It doesn't make it, I don't think it's a good use of our time. And frankly, I've said this before, I think depending on your perspective and orientation to these issues, you either are likely to support Draft A or Draft B. And I think that's what we're going to end up with at the end of this anyway. I'd like to at least get a sense of where our board members are before we start going down that path.
Okay, board members want to give that sense to Mr. Fernandez? Ms. Hamilton, you've already spoke. But
I'll say, I'm amenable to option A, although I do have great respect for Linda and how hard she works on these issues and how intimately she, her vast experience working on them. I would be interested to kind of understand some of the nuances, but I also worry that at the end of it, we'll come out in exactly the same place and it'll be an hour or two from now.
Okay. Yeah, we all respect you, Linda, because of all the hard work that you've done over the years. And even when we disagree with you, you always enhance our appreciation of our own positions. But at any rate,
Can I just say that the resolution, the resolved clause says that we have to do this analysis. So I think if we don't do it here, we're going to be talking about it when this is done.
okay, but I think my understanding, it's having read both the forms, is that Draft A does contemplate looking at the impact on infrastructure. I think it also says, does mention schools and recreation, but it at least gives the sense that we expect the consultant to consider the impact on various types of infrastructure. It doesn't go into as much detail as Draft B, but I'm not sure that that's a significant difference.
Oh, there were the inclusion of the other plans and the public participation being more specific, or those were the other changes.
Yeah, I didn't see that as significantly different. And then the big thing that I didn't like was taking out market rate housing. I think that's just,
well, that's the putting the cart before the horse thing. Not that, the fact that the HPP was expanded to include zoning recommendations made it a completely different thing. And so therefore it made it require planning, and we don't have that. So
I'm sorry, that's actually not true. There were zoning recommendations in the last HPP. It's always been part of an HPP.
Place-based?
Well, those are details that, anyway. And Ms. Heller, you had your hands up.
Well, I think, I also think that the HPP doesn't talk about other resources in the town, planning resources that we've been put into. So for instance, Linda has outlined here on change number 3, to add to the paragraph about the strategic asset plan, the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Strategic Plan is currently being updated, which identifies townwide deficiencies, per capita metrics, and needs. The HPP should consider these needs in its planning and recommendations. We need to have some cohesiveness in the town. If we're going to have a planning document from the Parks and Open Space, don't we want to make sure that the values of that are incorporated in other planning documents? I think, that's one example, I think, of how, this not, I think that's not a huge change. I mean, they're going to be reading that, the Parks and Open Space, and understanding how it relates to what we're proposing here. I don't see that as a huge change.
Okay, Roger?
The RFP, I did take a detailed look at Linda's comments, and by the way, they're all good. There's no disagreement on whether validity or not. It's just in this document. But there is a list in the RFP, a bulleted list of the various sources that the planning department has underway or to offer, that the consultant is being directed to look through. And I was thinking, well, maybe this particular one that's being suggested in Parks and Open Space, maybe it should be added on there or not. But as I read further, there is a reference in the body of the document, the draft A, that says, and other work and other planning studies that are available. So the expectation is the consultant is going to be asked and expected to look at anything the planning department brings forward that they think is relevant for them to undertake their work as it's defined, including the impact part.
Well, but the planning department, I don't think the planning department is doing the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Strategic Plan, are you?
I'm sure they can use what the strategic, I'm sorry, go ahead, Allison.
We don't provide, we typically, when we provide background information for a consultant, we typically don't confine it to planning department reports. And we're certainly aware of open.
It felt like to me that phrase "other" kind of gets lost, and that when we have something that we know about that's coming down the pike, a planning document which focuses on an important issue relative to housing, that we ought to mention it at least. So that's just one example, and I think that most of the things here there are several which talk about just basically further defining what the process of community engagement. And
well, Nancy, that's my issue, is that the community engagement plan is part of the document and it links to it, and it's really robust. And so I mean, I suppose you can't, it's difficult to argue with, well, put more community engagement in a plan, but we have a plan and it's part of this plan or this RFP.
Sven Skoyak, what do you think?
Oh, you don't want to know what I think.
Okay, then
no, I can offer a few thoughts on this, but I want to sort of second the praise that people have extended to Linda. I'll extend the same praise to Nancy. And this is just my own quirky point of view of this whole thing. I think this might actually be an object lesson in what can go wrong when people try to do through town meeting what should have been just left up to the Housing Advisory Board and the Planning Department to figure out. Somebody got the idea. Well, we're not happy with what we think will be the end result of the update of the housing production plan. So let's try to dictate what the outcome should be. So they come up with a warrant article that's got specific numbers in it as to how many thousands of units have to be in the update and so on. And then that results in pushback, and then that results in people coming up with all kinds of conditions that have to be attached to the RFP to recognize impacts on neighborhoods. And now we are where we are, which is we've managed to, through town meeting, come up with an article that dictates that a housing production plan should be something more like a comprehensive plan. And I think Linda's right that because Article 34 passed in its final form, there will have to be some kind of a response to the part of Article 34 that says we need to do some comprehensive planning. And I think that's a good thing, and I think it should happen. But as far as the housing advisory, excuse me, the housing production plan goes, I think we should do what is comfortable to the Housing Advisory Board and comfortable to the planning department. And I recognize that the planning department has been very cautious and hasn't, said we think it would be a bad idea to do B. But I can read the tea leaves, and I think the planning department and the Housing Advisory Board are kind of in alignment that A is the more appropriate way to go. It's a housing production plan. And so I think that's where we should go.
Okay, before we, I think we should just vote on this. But before we do that, I want to read a comment from Michael Zurab in the chat box or question and answer box. He says, doesn't warrant Article 34 explicitly mention subsidized low-income housing, workforce housing developed through various means, including developer incentives and inclusionary zoning, paren 40, close paren, and market rate housing? How can removing market rate housing be consistent with warrant Article 34? Okay, yes. Anyway, that was Michael Zurab. Ms. Hamilton, did you want to say one last thing? You're muted.
Thanks. I'll try to make it very brief. I think one of the concerns about going with option B was when you expand scope, you increase the cost. And we still haven't exactly been told how much the housing production plan is estimated to cost. And by going with a more expanded interpretation, it will cost more. And we just got done, the budget. And although things are not as bleak as we thought going into the holidays, it's still, $15,000 is still something that $15,000 is going to have to be taken out of something else. So option A, I assume, is less money. Option B is probably going to cost us more.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Heller.
Isn't the cost of this
being paid by HAB?
Paid for by the HAB? It's not in our regular town budget.
Yeah.
To a point. I mean, we're expecting it's going to be more costly by maybe an order of magnitude from the 35,000 or so it cost us 4 years ago. But there,
well, it's 5 years later.
Yeah, of course. But and we're asking for more in version A. But I think there's a limit at which, when we see responses back, if they're way off the chart, we either can't afford it entirely from the trust, or we may be looking for some supplementary funds, conceivably from the 285,000 of planning funds that might come through. But so there's a limit. Yes, the main basis of funding will be from the trust, but not without limit.
Okay, so I'd like to vote and ask people their choice, A or B. That okay? It's okay. Ms. Heller.
B.
Ms. Hamilton.
A.
Mr. Fernandez.
A.
Mr. Van Scoya.
A.
Okay, chair votes A, just to be in the majority. Okay, let's move on. I think that was a good discussion, and it's I think it was useful to compare the two versions of the RFP to understand some of the sort of subtle issues that are always in this. Ms. Heller?
Could I raise one other issue?
Sure.
So we know we have warrant Article 34 out there. We know that the housing production plan may touch on some of the areas, but it certainly doesn't touch on all of them. When are we going to have a planning process that is the town meeting has asked us to do under warrant Article 34?
Does anyone have an answer to that?
That would be
no. Come on, someone has to have an answer. Ms. Steinfeld. I'm sorry.
Well, the planning department did try to incorporate 34 to the extent it could within the draft A. And I agree that it did not fully do it. I mean, from my perspective, there's an internal inconsistency within 34. You can't do a true HPP and meet all the expectations of 34. But basically what the question I presented to the board was, in so many words, do you want to do an HPP or do you want to do Article 34? And to me, we're doing the HPP.
Okay, and we'll do Article 34 at some future date.
That makes no sense. I mean,
No, right.
I
you
just
know,
say,
I mean, you can't, want to produce housing and not know, and if Article 34 says you need to know the impacts, you're not going to know the impacts because you're not going to.
But version B does mention the need to identify the impacts on infrastructure. And, that can be very broadly interpreted.
Version
Version A. Did I say it?
A.
A, yeah.
So we voted.
Yep, voted. Let's move on. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll keep you
boards-
updated.
Okay. Boards and commissions appointments. We have following candidates for reappointments to boards and commissions. Small Business Development Committee. I think we're doing a large slate. Is that true, Devin? That's what I read.
You have six candidates and an equal amount
six
of
openings.
An equal amount of vacancies, right?
Okay. So why don't you read the names and we can vote yes or no?
You want me to do them one at a time?
Is that okay? Do it one at a time.
Tracy Chen,
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
David Gladstone,
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Jen Mason,
Yes.
Aye.
yes.
Leroy Watkins,
Yes.
Aye.
Andrew Weiner,
Yes.
Aye.
Pauline Suhanaski.
Yes.
Aye.
There's your six.
Okay, next, Committee on Policing Reforms. We lost one member again, but this time it was due to Jonathan Mandy's family situation. His father's very ill, and he had to spend a lot of time helping with him and his family. So we do want to replace him, even though we're almost on the verge of making our presentation to the select board, because there's going to be a lot of ongoing work that we would like to have sufficient staffing to do. For example, the revision to the complaints policy is way more difficult and complex than we anticipated. So we want to not rush that through, but rather continue work on that, for a couple more weeks. So the person that has applied and that has been recommended by, various people is Sasan, what's his last name? Sasan. So, Mr. Fernandez.
Yeah, I just have a question about, because I know you mentioned the reform committee sort of living on after March. I'm not quite sure what that's going to look like for the reimagining task force. I just wonder, I think we interviewed Sasan for something, maybe library trustee recently before, but we didn't interview him for this. And I'm just wondering if moving forward, we're going to fill vacancies in this way without interviews, or if we're going to go to our traditional process, if this is going to live on as a standing committee or something longer, of having a conversation before making the appointment.
What do people think?
Well, go ahead, Heather, sorry.
Pardon?
I'm a little uncomfortable not interviewing someone for a specific appointment. I would have asked different questions when he was before us.
Yeah.
But I have a recollection of the process by which these two committees got appointed that didn't involve interviews. Do I misremember?
No, you remember right.
I remember that Raul had a list and you had a list, and we just
Yeah.
approved both lists.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we do that oftentimes when we're starting a new body, rather than interviewing we had 100 applications. So unless the select board wanted to interview 100 people at that point in time, that was pretty much the only way to do it. But filling vacancies is different. I think with Bob Sable, sort of the understanding I think was that he was going to fill a position that was, you know, the work needed to get done, and we had a chance to see his kind of bona fides in the area. But this is just, I don't have a problem with Sasanzoka necessarily. I just think I'm just trying to get a sense of like how we're going to proceed going forward. If this is a body that's going to continue to exist, that we should at least
Well,
have
I don't think that I mean, I don't think we're going to be bringing more people onto the committee. I just want to, you know, get someone in to fill a position that is vacant, in anticipation of not doing or continuing for a long time, but just for the next few months, or a few weeks, or a few months, depending on, you know, tasks ahead of us. So.
I'm comfortable voting Sasan in tonight for two reasons. I mean, we have interviewed him recently. He's a known quantity. You know, he's pretty well known. He's been a town.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
You know,
I spoke out of turn.
Yeah, no, it's okay. But we offered so much discretion to the two chairs at the beginning of this process. Not a single person on either list was a question raised. You know, it was just. You know, you guys want to do this, you're the chairs, go for it. Give us your list, we'll approve them. And we did.
Yeah.
You know,
and you know, if we had interviewed and voted on the members of the two lists, that would have been not only a long process, but not a very pretty one.
Yeah, we'd still be voting. We'd still be voting.
We'd be fighting.
Yeah, this late in the
game. I guess I just feel more comfortable if I knew if there's sort of an end time to this, like, you know, if it's like, hey, we need somebody to get us through the next month, and it'd be helpful to have one more body. That's one thing, but we don't yet know how long this reform committee could last. 2 years, and this could be a 2-year appointment.
No way.
And we don't we don't yet know.
Well, I get to vote on that tonight.
So it just seems like. Yeah, I
okay. The way I see it,
I will say. Can I just say briefly? One thing I reject outright is we already know this person. We can get rid of any process because we know him. I'm so sorry. We cannot operate that way. I'm so sorry. Other arguments are different, but that one alone, I cannot stand by.
So you're comfortable with us voting for people we don't know, but you're not comfortable voting.
Okay, wait. Let's not have this discussion. And remember, you know, my proposal to continue to work on, among other things, the complaint policy is subject to approval by the select board. So if you want to cut us off, you know, at the end of March, you can do that. So, okay.
Yeah, and Bernard, please know, I'm not trying to do this to stand in the way of the work of your committee. If you feel like you need someone and it'd be helpful to have them on board as quickly as possible, I think that's fine. I just raised what I thought was a fair process question.
No, I think that's a fair question. You know, but yeah, we do need someone, and don't, you know, we have been given discretion. I'd like to sort of exercise that by getting this person on to the committee so he can begin to do some work.
That's fine. I won't stand in the way.
So why don't we take the vote tonight, see how it shakes out? But I think we've had a useful discussion about the comfort level. You know, when there's an opening, this board likes to interview candidates.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm on board with that concept, but if you feel that you're okay with this, then I'm also willing to go with that. But I wouldn't want to make a habit of it.
Okay.
Because somebody else might take over the chair, you know, or whatever, and I don't know, have some different ideas. So you know, I think it's that the full board should participate in the questions and in the interviews. And you know, sometimes we don't have that many questions, but you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
But, okay. Let's vote so we can go home and eat dinner.
I'm supporting it if you want it. So
pardon me?
I said I'm supporting it because you
Okay.
believe that it's the right thing to do, is
Yeah,
what I
I
understand.
do. Okay.
Is it right?
All right. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Ranskoyak?
Aye.
And of course, I vote aye. Okay, that's the end of our meeting, unless there's something else that someone wants to bring up. We will end. Thank you, everyone. Okay.